Diffuser spotted. He's going to hold on to this from above. There's another kill very easily. Shotgun out, but what a shot! Incredible! Laxing clutching up big for reciprocity, and they will take the map around that call out nearly won.
Pat gets one as well, and just like that, Wildcard now have the advantage, and Gio gets two. What a big round for him. He gets shot in the back of the head eventually by Mentalist. It's a 1-on-2. Emo, Rin, and Pat left with it all to do. Mentalist gets the triple for the round, and Pat once again needs to clutch it up. Mentalist basically forced to dedicate to the plant here. Will he stick it? It looks like he will. Pat unable to deny it. Mentalist, he can't move though. Pat will surely get the kill, but no! Mentalist swings wide. Fnatic get the round.
Gonna try to get the plant off. It's right next to him. He doesn't know which way to look. What are you doing? Polar Ace, how has this all gone away from you? And it's a 1v3 clutch for Producer Boom.
Played upon by Hyper, who's just waiting down below.
One stun used from Hyper. Flash is coming up at the top of staircase. There's an easy kill for Hyper in a second and a third. The lineup from TSM. The final execution. Good angle here from Fofo, but he misses the shot. Grixer gets one on White Stairs. That's big. Could be more for Grixer as he positions himself in reading. A second onto Hyper, but can he stop the plant? It doesn't look like he will be able to. No, Mint starts it right now, but it's a little late. A triple for Grixer, and there's the quad! But there's already an attacker in sight, and that's actually going to be a caught C4 by Fofoson. Shot it as it hit the floor. Mint misses his shots, and he'll go down to Alfalma. A second for Alfalma, making his third and his fourth total for the round. Good awareness there on the angles. Yet he's trying to hold the push. He does one. Can he get a second? The answer is yes. That's his third for the round. And now suddenly, it's just Eclipse. He has to clutch it in 5 seconds. And he gets one. A beautiful shot above. He might be able to plant. Call out has to go. And he has to go now. It's going to be very close. Just 1 second here for Eclipse. And he gets it. And he wins. Amazing. What a shot from Eclipse. The rotation cutoff non-existent. There's 4 people in Garage. What is happening? Kamikaze gets 1 and a second. Can barely see that because the kill feed's getting delayed. And a third with his pistol. That's a 4th now down with his pistol.
And we can't really see them. No, it seems like, yeah, it's just right above. All right, rush in. Okay, there's one. Oh my God, Amizian's gonna be flung back a couple meters. But Pasha will find 3. A quad kill for Pasha now with Stigi last alive. He can nitro this from above. He has a shotgun as well. No, he doesn't have a nitro. Only a bulletproof cam. It's gonna come around, but the plant should go down on the A site. No, it's actually being planted on B. Perfect angle right behind White Van. There's nobody that can stop you there. All out in the open 4s.
Trying to get aggressive in the white hallway, and it did not work out very well for him. Here's an aggressive play now from Yuna, and he's gonna manage to get a shot on Souls. That's an important kill, but it's just looking out of control for FaZe as yet another body hits the floor. This action has been non-stop, and Singularity have been coming out on top almost everywhere. Ion landing some important shots here. He'll get one. Sees the marks for the second. That's big. Diffuser down. Goes to third. Beautiful shot from Ion. Lenda now in another one-on-one, but he only needs to land a single bullet, and he must know that at this point. If it gets to a close on engagement, this could be the shotgun skeleton key for Lenda to win the round. Ion playing very smart. He knows he needs distance to win. He's got the information. The mark's coming out, and he'll get it!
everybody, and welcome to North American Pro League Playday number 10. My name's Intero, and I'm joined by Kickstar as usual. And while we had Europe earlier today, and as things go on Monday, now we've got the North American teams going up to see if they can match the unpredictable results that we saw today in EU. And if NA is good at one thing, it's unpredictability.
That's certainly right, Parker. We always have some kind of upset in North America. You could say probably for the last North American Playday, it was the draw between DZ and E United, or maybe the draw between EG and Reciprocity. You get some shifts here and there that you just don't expect. And well, that's actually been going on, as you said, across the board for Pro League in this second half of this season.
Yeah, and we should have the standings for you to start things off with, just in case you need to catch up on what's going on with North America. And it's no surprise here, one of the most dominant teams that we've seen over the last couple months, starting their reign of terror, one could argue, back at DreamHack Montreal in September of 2019. TSM sit alone atop North America, and they have quite a gap between them and Dark Zero in second place. Bear in mind that it's 3 points for a victory. So you're going to need 3 wins in a row if you're Dark Zero, with TSM losing every single one of those 3 matches for Dark Zero to finally surpass TSM. And as we only have 4 games left, that's really tough to do. Hard to imagine somebody being able to catch TSM, but after Dark Zero, you've got Space Station and Reciprocity breathing down DZ's neck. Both teams sit with 14 points. And then towards the bottom, we see United, Luminosity, EG, and Tempo Storm. And well, LG, EG, and TS all searching for their second win. They're all sitting at 1 win apiece, and you can see from the round differential, it has not been a particularly good season for any of those 3 squads.
It's been a particularly lopsided season, I would say, for not only those squads, but also the rest of North America. You compare it to some other regions like Latin America, for example, who are much more spread across the board. North America has constantly had this set of domination, kind of a throwback to seasons of old in NA. And TSM, as you said, is the team to beat right now. It's unlikely at this point that they're going to lose grasp of their top position, although it might be possible. I just don't see it happening. It really is a battle for second place.
Yeah, I don't think people realize how hard that math is. There are 12 points remaining after today. You know, that's it. Or, well, actually, no, with today there will be 15 points technically, because there's 4 games after today's matches. So yeah, you've got 15 points. You've got a 9-point lead. That's pretty good. That's not bad at all. However, or 8-point lead rather. And yes, we have the schedule up on the screen.
It'll be United versus Tempo Storm, Dark Zero versus Space Station, Evil Geniuses versus Luminosity, and then to finish off the day, Team Reciprocity versus TSM. So we've got some really interesting ones here. In particular, at the start of our day, United versus Tempo Storm. That is a battle that will actually have quite a lot of impact on the standings on the lower half of North America. And as well, I think a lot of people are going to be saying this DZ versus Space Station match. I mean, I don't know, Parker, is that your match of the day?
I honestly think you could give a good run for E-United Tempo Storm with the way that these teams have been playing over the last 2 Playdays, which are the only Playdays that we've had in this split so far. E-United got beaten up and got a bloody nose from Reciprocity by a score of 2-7, and then E-United bounced back by drawing even against DZ. Tempo Storm has had a similar upward trajectory, whereas in their very first Playday of the second half, Tempo Storm drew even against EG by a 6-6 scoreline, but then gave Space Station a really strong run for their money. And if you watch that Tempo Storm game that went on Wednesday last week, I think there's a pretty compelling argument that Tempo could have been the team to take away a victory, and it's not been smooth sailing for Space Station the way that they would have wanted after winning that World Championship. But on your screen are E-United. As noted, they were a team that, while getting beaten by Reciprocity, bounced back and gave a really good fight to Dark Zero on that Cafe matchup last Wednesday, and also E-United came a couple kills away from being able to steal that matchup. They're going to be going up against Tempo Storm today, and both of these teams sit near the bottom of the standings. Call out Grixer, Forest, Yeti, and Alfama. And Alfama has looked particularly good. He's top fragged in both of his matches so far, and he's been the impact player that they hoped he would be when they picked him up.
Yeah, I'd say that Alfama is really the star of the show for United, and he's been an exciting addition to their roster. Tempo Storm, though, Butters, Dream, Creators, Mark, and Crazy. So they currently sit at the very bottom of the North American standings. Not really a great spot to be, not enviable in the least, but there's still potential for them to bounce back out of it. So they have had, as you said, Parker, a somewhat upward trajectory here in recent times. Managed to beat Evil Geniuses at the end of the first half of this season, and then picking up the second half in the very first match, they drew Evil Geniuses again. Now, that might not seem like that much of a significant result, but really for them, that's quite impressive. They also brought SSG in the last North American Playday to the final possible round. And while Tempo Storm did end up losing to SSG, taking them to every single round, the world champions, is impressive, and it does scream that they as a team are better than last place in North America.
North America has been very interesting so far because you have had these lower placed teams doing better than I think people expected. Luminosity, for example, also clumped up at the bottom of the standings, gave SSG a run for their money too. And this is what I was saying was, is it SSG just simply stumbling because they didn't have the best go against LG and then struggled as well against Tempo Storm? Who knows? They're going to be playing Dark Zero today. You mentioned that it's probably, it might be your matchup of the day. We'll see. But before we get through that, I have a feeling that both of these teams are going to beat the ever-living hell out of each other inside of the server, and we have to figure out what map it's going to be on. And well, unsurprisingly, we're going to see Villa no theme park. I was really hoping for a theme park. Just the unpredictability between these two teams on theme park would have been enjoyable, but no, it's going to be Villa instead. And Villa, as you know, tends to be a very static map. A lot of teams like to play it the same, but with how aggressive these squads are you thinking that we might see something along the lines of like a Maverick or a Thatcher ban and just an all-out brawl inside of the walls of Villa?
It's definitely possible. I mean, it wouldn't be ideal, of course. When you get that situation and you have teams like this and they go butting up against each other. By the way, 62% favor E United. They're going to take the advantage, the edge in terms of the community vote for this one. But when you have teams like this and they find themselves in that kind of a situation in terms of operator bans on a map like Villa, it really doesn't make for the most compelling of gameplay when it comes to like actually watching it transpire, because it's what we refer to as the 20-second meta, and it typically devolves into that. And when it comes to both of these teams in recent history, for E United, they haven't really been playing Villa, so there's not a whole lot to say about their bans or the possibility of what they could. But when it comes to Tempo Storm, they're typically banning things like a Dokkaebi, apparently, or an Echo. So that's all we've really got to work with. There's not a lot of track record to delve into to kind of get insight into how these teams are going to plan out this ban phase. But it is going to be very relevant on how the gameplay is.
Dokkaebi was a great ban choice on this map back when she had frag grenades, but her pick rate has slowly decreased. You know how troubling it could be for a defender to play behind those study walls inside of the Objective and Aviator games when you had a Dokkaebi with frag grenades and the ability to stop you while those logic bombs went off. But that's... You
could also argue that it's part of why Maverick's ban rate has started to inch up is because he has now got frag grenades. I mean, it's a really powerful tool that you can add to just one operator or take away and completely change the way that they interact with the game.
Well, the first set of bans are out on attackers, and Nomad is gone, which will mean that roaming and flank potential on this map will be a little bit easier for teams. But if Nomad is removed, there is a slightly less venomous anti-flank operator in the name of Gridlock. The air jabs will knock you right over, whereas their track stingers from Gridlock will just simply make it so that you take damage as you try to roam, or at least flank. Joining both Nomad and Thatcher will be Mira and Echo, so things are very similar, or I would say very samey, if you want to call it that, in regards to the defenders. Mira and Echo are both particularly strong defensive operators and are especially strong here on Villa with the control that Mira is able to give from direct assaults from attackers. And then, of course, Echo being able to tuck those yokai drones into various nooks and crannies.
Okay, so right off the bat with this operator selection, we get a little bit of a difference of this is interesting. So I was going to say, we've got a different concept coming from both teams. It looks like United was bringing Amante to try and chip through the layers of utility that we're typically seeing in this meta. And then Tempo, the biggest slowdown factor they brought were the smoke and the clash, but those are two operators that are not currently the most popular in terms of, oh, we want to slow the enemy down. So it looks like E United switched off the Montaigne because they didn't see as many of the layers that they were expecting on the defensive operator selection, and rightfully so, because I mean, one of those layers was peeled away by Tempo Storm and changed into a Kaid. So we've got just Smoke, really, as a slowdown operator, and he's been in play since the beginning of time. Everyone knows how to handle him. So this is a very different operator selection from both teams. And, I mean, we've even got a Lion being brought.
Well, you'd mentioned that there was a Dokkaebi ban that came out from time to time, and it doesn't really surprise me that EU will bring a Lion. If you said that a Dokkaebi is usually removed, both operators fulfill a similar role, albeit in different ways. I think you could argue that the utility that's brought from Dokkaebi tends to be a little bit greater, especially with the smokes that she'd have in her hands, but her kit is not the best. People don't particularly enjoy the C75 or the SMG-12 that is often used as her primary, let's be honest, because the DMR is not exactly a weapon that you want to be always engaging with. But early pick, and it's going to come on to Butters. Not entirely certain what your Kaid is doing, finding himself in a position where he can be removed from the round within 30 seconds, but it's an aggressive split take from EU with most of their members dominating on the northern side of the building that's entering over towards Trophy and Statuary, and Mark from Tempo is still down below. So there's somebody playing off-site for Tempo Storm right now, and it's a Pulse that's a great operator to have. He can track your movements and be prepared with a Nitro Cell in hand to blow you sky high.
He's got to be careful of Grixer on the IQ, though. If it's found out that there's a pulse, the IQ will try to fight back using her own gadget. And there you go. You can see it happening right now. She must have spotted Mark, and there's the shot. Wall opened, and Yeti's going to get the kill on a Mark. That was because of Grixer's call from the IQ gadget. Yeti with good awareness to open that wall and cut off rotation. Tempo now find themselves 2 men down, and there's still half of the round left for E United to smoothly approach the bomb site and begin their execution.
They've got the clearance over on the northern side of the map, so they know that they can begin to squeeze their way over towards 90, take control of Classical Hall. The only question that E United might have at the moment is if there's somebody from Tempo Storm still lurking below. Now, when you've got a 5v3 and you've managed to clear off what we presume are 2 off-site players, we didn't exactly see where Butters died from, but you'd have to imagine that Tempo Storm would be crazy to have somebody still deep lurking, waiting to come back. It might be creators. We don't exactly know because, well, he's playing in a Jaeger, or he's playing as Jaeger. He can possibly maneuver himself out of the site, but no, he's playing pretty close to. He'll be watching Study with that deployable shield in front of him.
Dangerous position that Creators is in, that's for sure. And it looks like United might be going for an attack, but nope. Just an EE1D to allow some rotations, get in better positions before the execution comes out. Yeti will get Creators, who had been playing at the top of main stairs. He tried to rotate to 90. That was a bad call, it turns out. United going for a plant, cover EE1D, and smokes from the Capitao. Sprays coming out as well. This should be a pretty routine plant for United. They're going to lose 1 player in West Hallway. That's not great. They'll also lose Fofo-san, who gets down trying to rotate to Study. But he got that diffuser down with those smokes, as did Callout on that model. This is suddenly much more winnable for Tempo, but in the post plant, it's unlikely. Callout, having planted, will also cover, and the run out is caught by Alfalma. United take round number 1.
That's a desperation play by Dream. That's not going to go anywhere. At best, you're going to take somebody down, and then you're immediately be traded off because you've been detected that entire time. So the Frenchman on the French operator seems to be the one putting in a great amount of work on that round, pinning down the defense, allowing Callout the opportunity to go on in as he was enabled by Forrest. I'm putting my foot down right now, Michael, and I'd like the record to show that I refuse to call him Fofo-san XD. He's Forrest. I adhere to no man's laws when it comes to that naming, and I will continue to call him Forrest. However, Forrest was playing on the Capitao. He was able to smoke off the cross that would have come out from Vault. He was able to smoke off the cross as well that would have come in from the pool table, or if somebody was playing behind the bar. The Maestro was tucked neatly inside of Vault, and he couldn't swing out because of the way that the door was, and Callout, as you said, planted behind the model. It's possible for a defender to be able to see the head of a planter that's going down right behind model, but not if it's amidst the smoke and not if there's an EE1D that's keeping you in place. So really tough round for Tempo Storm. It all kind of spiraled when Butters was picked off early. I will stress again, I don't know if you did, but I didn't see where Butters went down. And of course, I mean, you don't really need that much hard destruction if you're attacking from the back part of this site. Tempo Storm just simply lost their 2 roamers. Their Jaeger was playing at the top of red stairs in the southern part of the building, about as far away from that master bedroom as you could get. So he was largely a non-factor if you're creators, and that essentially put a 5v2 where you can just push into the site and try to stop either the Maestro or the smoke from being able to do anything. And the first smoke that I saw get baited out by E United was when there was still almost 50 seconds left on the clock. That's excellent timing, because if the smoke chains them together perfectly, you're going to have 20 to 30 seconds or so to be able to get that plant down once all 3 smokes have been exhausted.
Alfama finding himself into the building really quick. There's the pulse. Target spotted thanks to the drone. E1D to try and secure the kill. A very dangerous play. Spray through wall, expecting the rotation. Mark got back up, but he's dead. Butters, a weird rotation to try and assist Mark, but there's creators as well. Tempo are maintaining control of their roam, but ever so just. I mean, it's barely even called control. They've lost a lot of HP on Mark, and that's not going to bode well for his chances of winning another gunfight, especially with that UMP later in the round. He's going to focus primarily on information gathering now. United know that they've done a pretty good job of clearing out a lot of these roamers. I think if one person had been assisting that Lion, it could have turned into another 3 early kills for United.
That's exactly the point I was going to make. Alfama did all of that by being droned in by a single person, and nobody else was at his side. So you essentially go in and you make that work. You take out almost all of Mark's HP, you burn out a single EE1D, and you kill Butters. That's a pretty successful entry. Now, the only question that will need to be asked as we continue onward through this round is how pivotal were those 2 remaining EE1Ds that were not used by Alfama? Because as he dies, his drones are gone, and his gadget, which was instrumental in that first round, will be unavailable for E United. So Tempo Storm, yeah, they lose something. They lose their possible breach denial, but the way that United's been playing is that, well, they don't really need to breach all that much, so Butters' utility wasn't exactly the most pivotal. I like that entry from E United, and I definitely think it's worthwhile, but like I said, we'll see how crucial the EE1Ds were when the execute from E United, should it go down, does end up happening.
Less time for E United this time, this round, I should say. It is still a decent setup, though, and they've got the ability to open up that gun vault, as they are doing right now. Without that breach denial, as you noted, it's going to come down to the impacts, and that is going to catch some of the Excaros. But the cool thing is that since there's a small hole, that means he can impact through that small hole now, which means it's unlikely that Habana's going to be able to open up a rotation in gun vault, though it does mean that that small hole is going to make playing in gun vault very difficult. Execute coming in now. It's got to, as we've hit the last 24 seconds. Jaeger playing at top of Study stairs or main stairs. That's very important, because that means that United can't push Study as well as they'd like to, assuming Creator stays alive. Here it comes. It's another attempt at a model plant. 90 control lost for United. Model plant going down. Grixer with good coverage here. He's got to hold on to gun vault and bar. He holds the vault, doesn't get the kill, but it denies the stoppage of the plant. It's not going to matter, though, as Crazy comes from behind. Beautiful job to Tempo. Praetor's actually the one coming from behind, and he'll get the disable as well. So that'll be a 1-1 score.
So I think the EE1D really showing how crucial it was for when that plant goes down. Tempo could rotate very effectively, and I mean, that entire round really came down to Creator's late rotate. The pressure that came in from Grixer was dead whether he wins that fight against the Maestro or not. Now, unfortunately for Grixer, he walked into the wall and the door frame caught him. He wasn't able to smoothly back out of the site, but if he had of, he would have backed out right into the line of sight of the Jaeger of Creators. And once again, we saw that Lion of Alfama in round number 1 burn the EE1D, and it forced Tempo to wait until the plant went down. And that's almost half of the diffuser being planted. Callout got this.
Chris is going to get 1 kill, but Yeti will be traded off by Crazy. So back to even, but this time 4-on-4. These fights are happening in the first minute of each of the rounds, and it's a very different formula than we have been seeing for North America recently.
Extremely aggressive. I mean, if you're afraid of the 20-second meta, whether Thatcher is or is not banned, how do you get around it? Well, you just decide to forego all utility altogether and just spring on in. But While we were talking about that and delving into the strategy that we see here, arguably the two strongest members from E United have been removed from the server, and another will be gone as well, as Forrest gets shot to pieces from below. The Vigil playing that angle that I think Forrest was aware of, but just simply couldn't do anything to counter against. It's Callout and Grixer now against a much stronger and well-heeled Tempo Storm team with Butters, the only person who's been unfortunately losing more of his duels than he's been winning them. I think he's been the opening pick for Tempo 3 of the 4 rounds so far. So rough going to not have him in play, but the rest of the team surely can try to recover, and it's going to be a major challenge for E United with just about a minute to go to be able to walk this one back.
That's a pre-play C4 spotted by Grixer, and it'll be called out. Of course, there's no one else on E United really to suffer from it. Call out somewhere else entirely. Looks like Grixer wants to rotate, though. He's not going to worry about the top floor. So that was his initial plan, but he's decided to change. Call out opening up over by Laundry, and Grixer's going to try and pincer into Memorial to make the Laundry push more, practical. All positions given way for the last two attackers, though, from the stuns, and Grixer opening that door. So now the last 4 defenders will be able to stack up on the angles to just hold this and wait for the push in. Here comes Grixer, gonna land some shots, but not enough to get a kill. A flank from Callout will get 1. Crazy's got his 3rd for the round. He's shut down finally. Callout gets his 2nd. He needs to find 2 more in 10 seconds. It's not an easy task, but it's doable. Mark deep in kitchen, so he knows one of his enemy's locations, but he doesn't know the other. And that makes him unknowing when he pushes in for the crossfire. And here it comes. There's no kill for either team, though, as Tempo will win it on time. Lots of potatoes being farmed in that round.
The way that both members of Tempo Storm peaked against Callout, if Callout had another weapon in his hands and not an ammo-starved Type 89 or a completely uncontrollable Bearing 9, that was a very winnable duel for Callout. I mean, both members of Tempo Storm peaked with very minimal coverage, including Mark, who peaked wide out in the open with a UMP, and everybody missed their shots. You're absolutely correct. But if Callout has a different gun in his hands, even if he's, say, a Thermite or a Maverick, it's very easy for him to be able to transfer those shots and kill both members of Tempo Storm. So even though they won the round, that I guess, try for a trade at the end by Tempo really could have gone poorly.
Yeah, I agree. I think that could have been a recovery from E United. And we've been seeing that kind of be the trend for both of these teams. A lot of rounds, at least 2 of the last, the last 2 rounds have both been rounds that easily could go either way. And the difference maker is just like 1 or 2 missed shots from either team. It's been an interesting match because of the, I guess, the reoccurring nature of the rounds and how we're seeing a kind of a consistent stream here. There's been a lot of adjustment, don't get me wrong. I mean, from the first round to the second round, for example, we saw some really grade A adjustment from Tempo in particular, where they managed to control their 90 and their top main, which were the key points to the way that United won the very first round. And that level of adjustment is why Tempo is right now in a tied situation rather than losing this in a landslide. So props to them for that. We'll see how United handles attacking into Trophy now, as it looks like they're going to clear from the south side.
That's another opening pick for E United. They're absolutely dominating when it comes to these opening picks, and it's hard pressed to call some of them duels, as there's been very little return fire from Tempo Storm. I think Butters is, well, no, I did not intend that as shade. I'm just saying that when we say opening duels, unless there was something else you were picking up on.
No, it's Butters again.
No, that's what I was going to say. Butters has had a dreadfully poor showing. I think he has only been alive for 1/5 at absolute most of this matchup. He has been riding the pine, as you would say in hockey, for most of this match. And, well, there goes Creators, one of the brightest spots on Tempo so far in this matchup, and it's going to come and once again, this entry from E United. When you've got Yeti and Alfama leading the way, they are very good at winning their opening picks, and it might not be an opening pick, but we still have over half of the round to go, and Tempo Storm have been reduced to just 2 members who will be sitting on site in both Mark and Dream. This is the first time we're going to see a defense from Tempo Storm over on Trophy Statuary, and well, it's not really much of a defense at all at the moment, as it's just easy fodder for E United.
This is looking a whole lot like, in fact, this looks exactly like the very first round. If you recall, 3 entry kills for United, eliminating the roamers outright. And then a 5v2 with plenty of time to set up and execute onto the bomb site. So it is the first time, as you said, that Tempo's gone to Trophy. And it's very possible that they'll learn from this experience. Dream will get Alfama, so there's a little bit of light shining through for Tempo as they have at least some possibility of clutching this up.
That's a rough spot to be in for Tempo Storm, as they're now going to get absolutely bombarded. There goes a frag grenade. It doesn't kill Mark, which is a little interesting, as it definitely sounds like it went off, not caught by an ADS, so I don't know exactly if Mark is just incredibly fortunate to have not been blown sky high. We get a beautiful scenery, or a beautiful shot of the scenery here in Italy. It's a back take now from Yeti as he looks to wrap around the site. He's going to be guarding Astronomy, just waiting patiently. The Kaid swings on out. TCSG is not the gun you want in your hands. Is that 4 kills for Yeti on the round? An impressive set for him, as he does most of that all on his own. He wasn't even being guided in on his entry, and he cleans up. Bring out the broom for Yeti. He sweeps them away at the very end of that round. It's a lead again for E United as these teams have gone back and forth, but it'll be the final defense now for Tempo Storm to see what they can do on a map where usually, as a defensive team, you don't want to drop more than 2 rounds.
And of course, I gotta say, it is Villa. And while these aren't the most debilitating attacker bans, Thatcher, of course, very relevant, but you've still got other options when it comes to Villa. I would say this is still a defender-sided map overall. And the bans do contribute slightly to that somewhat. Although, again, they're not as much as they could. So, United taking 3 rounds in the first half. That is them having won the round effectively. Even if this ends in a 3-on-3, United are in the driver's seat. It's just they are matched to lose. Now, that last round really comes down to the way that Tempo is roaming. The way that they're trying to roam is just by throwing players at the map. It's like you put your hand in a bucket of paint and you throw it at the canvas, essentially. Instead of trying to coordinate the lines and the locations that the roamers are using to slow down the enemy. It just doesn't seem like that's happening nearly as much as it should. In this round, at least, we're seeing a pretty clear setup. We had something similar in the last one, but it wasn't played into nearly as much as it seems like it's going to be here for Tempo. But then it might be a totally different take for United, as it looks like they're setting up closer to the bomb site. Instead of clearing from the south side, they clearly want to hit the bomb site more directly. So this might be another read on an overextended roam for the defense.
Yeti's off to the races. He'll be stopped for just a second on the barbed wire. Gets flattened on Astronomy stairs, and it's a swing in on Repel, as almost everybody is dead in front of our very eyes. 30 seconds on in. It's hard to keep track of who ends up ahead, but for a moment there will be a ceasefire as the 2 remaining members of E United try to find the 2 remaining members of Tempo. Just like that, there are 6 people removed. 30 seconds is all it took. And now that standoff will continue. The ceasefire, as you want to call it. They'll just wait ever so patiently. Call out in Grixer. We've heard that before. These drones disappearing into the abyss as they get tossed. And, well, Call out just obviously not very lucky with that one. There they go. I'm not exactly sure what's happening there, but we have, unfortunately, lost signal.
Oh, we're back. And thank God for that. We get to play the round out in this 2-on-2. Clearly favor towards the attackers right now, as they've got still half of the round. It's very deceptive. You don't see this happen, well, ever, really. Grixer waiting for his teammate, as is call out. Both of these attackers just assuming one of the defenders is going to walk into their lines and give a pick away. A little bit of droning happening here, and amazingly, we actually get to see it. See what's going on in Trophy. No one's spotted. You can see he's trying to be careful. He doesn't want the defender to know that he's spotted him if he does spot him. And there you go. He has found the smoke now, and Smoke is unaware. That's Dream playing inside of B. Very dangerous position for him, but he's got creators as well playing inside of A. So this crossfire could work out well. And Dream's actually rotated over towards the hallway. Shield working to creator's advantage, and he'll win the heads-up gunfight. Using that shield well. The pre-fire comes out, but it's better for creators, and Tempo will take the round, ending this half 3-on-3.
I think there was so much reluctance there from E United to take that fight. That's very unfortunate of them because they peaked at very different times. They could have possibly been able to pick off the Mute, but who was playing against the wall after they droned out the smoke. You know, there was a lot of trepidation that came out from E United, which is not usually something you see from them, especially from somebody like Grixer, who can be quite aggressive when he needs to be. Regardless, that was obviously a very calculated effort and a good start to the round by E United, but it was met perfectly by Tempo Storm, who just pivoted and immediately started gunning, and they blasted every member of E United they found in their crosshair, leaving both of the teams at right back where they started, at even numbers. And then that lull for the minute or so was really just very limited utility. E United still had plenty of drones, as they're, I mean, you don't really need to do that much droning when you just decide to run into the site and everybody dies in the first 30 seconds, but it was still obviously a major benefit for Tempo Storm. They were running the lineup they were. You know, there were mute jammers in play that likely would have netted the drones, at least stopped them in their tracks for E United. So it's hard to break that down, as I'm sure you would agree, when it just ends up being as much of an utter clown fiesta, I think you can call it, when all those things just kind of fall together at once, as that round was.
We saw 2 rounds like that from E United, and that's the thing that's really surprising to me. If I were to attribute it to something in particular, I would say it's probably boils down to confidence. It really seems like E United is playing with utter confidence, and yeah, they didn't win that last round, but they had the gall to go for a play that, like, well, the one we saw, and not many teams will do that. Not many teams will take that risk, and especially not twice in one match. So it ended up working 50-50 for them, but it does prove that E United is playing in their own way, playing in their own game, and focused on their own system. And actually, another thing that proves that is the fact that they've gone to Kitchen for their first defense.
Kitchen's pick rate is skyrocketing, though, very quickly, and a lot of it is because teams really like to be able to play aggressively on that second floor without having to defend a bomb site up there. I think that we're starting to see now with Villa, the Aviator Games bomb site is so played out that if you find yourself with a Maverick on the board or any soft destructor down below, those walls are going to get opened up usually easier than you'd anticipate, and a lot of teams have started to go that route rather than always take a direct line towards the back of vault, which makes it really challenging because, I mean, that vault door that's right next to gun vault, the model, they all make it more challenging for a defender to be able to return fire when you do end up losing control of the site. On a map like Kitchen, you have that buffer. You know that you can control that second floor to a certain extent by keeping bodies off site. You've got C4s in hand, as we see from Call Out here, who's gonna just set off a nitro cell a little bit too early. He'd been 2 or 3 seconds earlier. He'd been able to grab a kill with it, so that's a little bit of E United's advantage taken away. But regardless, a lot of teams really like this because as an attacker, you have to go through, once again, these narrow doorways. And it'll start off with Forrest getting a pick immediately and swiftly removed by Crazy, who will now wander right on into all of the soft destruction that's been done in clear line of sights for the defenders.
An odd setup here for E United, that's for sure. Very open angle kind of mentality. They're relying a lot on the information gathered by Alfalma. Grixer's going to land the shot onto Crazy, so now we've got an advantage decided for the defenders. They've also still got roamers, and that's with 45 seconds left on the clock. That's not a lot of time for Tempo to work with. Despite having this top 4 control, it doesn't really matter because everyone from E United is playing relatively safe. This nade could do a lot of work if it lands, and it won't. Not much done from that. It did detonate, though. It looks like Alfalma got out of there right before it detonated. Up to him.
He's got some more damage that's been done here from the gun, though, but I'm surprised that that frag grenade didn't really do any more, as this is a slow climax with E United in the driver's seat until Creators gets call out from the back. Dominating kill feed is Tempo, but then the blue will climb over the orange for about a second into a pivotal 1v1 between Mark and Grixer. With 2 seconds left, it's going to have to be a plant from Mark, and Grixer's actually very far away from this. I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time. He sees him through the doorway, but it's a missed opportunity. Those lines of sight that were created by E United will be their undoing as Mark plays that one perfectly. And whether it's a call from his teammate or not, that really ought to have been a E United round, and instead it goes to Tempo Storm.
That was definitely a call from Mark's teammate, that's for sure, because Grixer, playing inside of living room, had been called out by the player he killed in the kitchen hallway just a few moments prior to Mark going for that plant. Which gave Mark the confidence to attempt the plant, and it also told Mark that his opponent was going to come from one of two directions, either from the kitchen hallway into kitchen or from Memorial. And it's a pretty easy read in that situation. Plant in front of laundry, cover the Memorial angle, and get the heck out of there. Cover plant from outside. But Mark didn't need to do that because he was diligent. He covered the angle as he was retreating, and then he's, well, won the round. So good clutch to Mark. Great communication there for Tempo Storm. And we find ourselves, the Tempo, taking the lead. Now,
these teams have been remarkably even here, Michael. You had the first, yin and yang of that first half when it ended up going 3-3, and then what? Oh, team damage done to Yeti. That is not ideal.
Yeah.
He's been having a great game. Of those 8 kills, 4 of them came in a single round, so it's a little deceptive in terms of what he's been able to bring to the squad. But I mean, if you've got 8 kills and 4 of those were to win a round, I'd be pretty okay with that. You single-handedly won that round by getting almost every frag.
Yeah, it's been a very different match thus far, is how I would describe it. And I mean, it's a good kind of different. I'm liking what we're seeing here so far. A lot of what this is highlighting to me, though, is for both teams, these rounds that are being lost or won, what have you, mostly it's coming down to just somebody winning a gunfight or not winning a gunfight. And it's putting a lot of emphasis on the individual player's skill, because both teams are playing into the same style.
Which is funny to me, because not to throw shade at Tempo Storm, but if I'm picking a lineup of gunners, I think E United's got the edge when it comes to the ferocity of their attacks. Yeti has proven himself time and time again that he can stand up and still entry well against some of the best teams in all of North American Pro League. So along with the rest of the team, I mean, there's not really any slouches on E United. So Tempo is getting quite fortunate with the way that they're able to play, and obviously I think this map suits Tempo's playstyle a little bit better. There've been a little bit too much aggression from E United that has been to their detriment. We saw that in the couple rounds when E United was on attack, though, and they were able to be as fast to entry as they could. That would overwhelm an awful lot of teams, but I think that either the strategy from E United just wasn't as precise as it needed to be, or Tempo Storm was expecting it and just played it off, miraculously.
You can also tell that United is somewhat flustered. I mean, that team damage, that does kind of layer onto your stress. And there's Callout eating a little bit. He did deal some damage to Butters, but only a little. The nade will finish off Callout as well. Can't really protect against that other than to not be there anymore. So E United, a man down as we hit the last minute. And there's so much information, possibly more nades going to be coming from below and getting kills. Here's the second from Mark, and there it is. Down goes Grixer. The double nade combo from below has already worked out very well for Tempo.
They've gone fishing with those nades and utilizing that secondary utility quite well. A jump out from Forrest. Once again, this unbridled aggression does not need to be had, and we are staring down a flawless round, which will come to pass right in front of our eyes as Tempo Storm mops up, and we're witnessing a rare attacker-sided villa in which Tempo Storm is beginning to set themselves apart from the rest of the pack. In this case, that pack is E United. 2 rounds in a row from Tempo, and that round in particular was consistently E United making plays after they lost 2 to frag grenades, which were decently common spots. They then decided, well, we're already down, let's just go for broke. The problem is with that play that we saw of the Jaeger flying out the window was that even if you get that pick, you still need to head back in. Well, how are you going to go? You're going to go through the main door. You're going to try to head up the main stairs. There's likely going to be somebody there watching it. So at best, you're going to trade when somebody gets you as you return to that site. That was, once again, a desperation play, this time from E United's side rather than from Tempo's. So I do think you're right. I suspect that there is some frustration setting in for E United, as this is a matchup that you know, they should, on paper, be doing better in. Not to underwrite Tempo Storm's chances, but this shouldn't necessarily be as close as it is. Need I remind you that this is a rematch from the very first play day. In fact, all of these matches are going to be rematches from that first play day. And E United won quite handedly, 7-4. Well, it's not looking likely at the moment with the way that Tempo is playing. Tempo is playing a much better game, and honestly, with the way that Tempo played SSG last week and then Evil Geniuses the week before, it appears that the time that Tempo has taken to acclimate to Mark on this roster and also practice while in that downtime from not attending the Six Invitational, it looks like it's worked out quite well for them.
Does definitely seem that way. There's some curious decisions being made from the operator selection of E United, and we saw similar things on Tempo, but we're just talking about E United for a second. Where's the Mozzie? With the Thatcher Band, Mozzie is one of the most potent operators on this map. And I can see why they would want to bring a Jaeger and a Wamai with the double nade combo being brought by Tempo, and how amazing that was for them last round. You're going to Trophy. Now, a lot of those nades are going to come from below the same way that they would in Aviator, and that combo is not going to help you from, and not going to protect you from those grenades if they come from below. Now, it's not guaranteed that that's going to happen, but still. And moreover, if you want, you could just roam below to protect yourself against that. So I don't know if this is the right operator selection overall for United. And again, we've been seeing, as you said, an attacker-sided Villa, which is just such an oddity. A big part of that is because there's not enough information slowdown. And that's why Grixer's going to die so easily there, is because they were well aware of his location. Creators got good cover, and there goes the player in bathroom. Suddenly Tempo has, well, built up their tempo, and they're going to have site control and just Forest to find before this round is over. And there it is. Another attacking win for Tempo. And between those two rounds, possibly 2, maybe 3 total minutes actually spent in the action phase.
At this point, how much do you think is just frustration wearing down on E United, because they made quite a bit of mistakes, and the way that E United was playing and the way that Tempo was playing, it just seems like one of those, it's a boulder that's going down the hill and nothing can stop it at the moment. Tempo set their own tempo much faster than we're used to them seeing, and they've quickened the pace over the last 2 rounds. They burst in through Master, they took control of Bathroom, they continued over towards Armory, or Astro rather, after taking Master and Closet and Bathroom, and then Astro was theirs. And as E United was distracted engaging people on windows or through those Hibana holes, there was always somebody from Tempo able to capitalize on it. This is a massive victory at the moment for Tempo Storm, because they've already been able to pick up 1 point. Given where they are in the standings, this is huge. Additionally, they can break that 3-way draw of 1 win down at the bottom. Even though all the teams don't have the same points, they all just have a single victory. And against a team like E United, I think most people probably would have ranked E United as the favorites here. This is definitely not the same team that showed up to play last week against Dark Zero. It's not. E United are playing a little bit too loose. They're playing with a little bit less structure than you'd expect from them, or you'd want from them, that you're accustomed to them having. They are a very aggressive team, but it has not looked as coordinated, as on point as you would come to expect with how they've played in this season. And I know that a lot of people had very high hopes for E United after they picked up Alfama. There's definitely potential here on the squad, but this has been a pretty poor showing from E United in comparison to what we would anticipate out of them, given the way that we've seen them play the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, in the first half for United, it was confidence. They managed to end that split 3-3. And in the second half, it seemed more like overconfidence, because they haven't really done much on defense. They haven't won any rounds defending yet. That's 3 in a row that Tempo have managed to take, and that's a rough situation to find yourself in, to be sure. Now, a lot of it comes down to the way that United is playing on their defense. And I would say the overconfidence, the overextension. They're not really playing in a structured way. It seems like they're setting up strategies. Like that last round, they tried to hold Master in a trophy defense and Bathroom, but it's not structured well, and so they're losing those fights out. That right there is just creators being good. That you can't really call anything other than creators landing his shots. Great job to him, seeing an angle opened up by Forest and punishing Forest for that aggression.
That's another entry frag for Tempo that goes their way. And I mean, hey, they were losing to E United by quite a large number, and then have managed to turn this around, winning 4 of the last 5. And with it, you know, they've won every round except for this one so far. If they win this one, then they'll have, you know, they've just been the better team on entry and really knocked E United back on their heels. Forrest has not exactly had the strongest game for the team. He's been playing a lot of utility on attack, and on defense, even though he's been in more frag-oriented roles, he's not been the same aggressive force that I think that you'd expect out of his operator to play. It's going to allow the rest of E United now, as they might lose another member.
Oh,
there he goes,
no.
and downing Alfama as well, as they were stacked up inside a vault. There's a chance to be able to knock him out. And just as we see Yeti go down, we see Grixer step up. He levels Dreams, and down goes the Hibana as well. Crazy. So this is still very winnable for E United, but Grixer's on just 1 HP. He's going to continue to need to do good work, and he's not going to. That's a massive round from Creators, and a bit of a stunner, if I'm being totally frank. Tempo Storm absolutely storms through this matchup. It takes them 10 rounds. And despite that good start from E United, it disappears, and Tempo picks up their second win of the season.
Well, that first half was nice and even. And again, E United looked very comfortable. They were playing very confidently. But the second half, Tempo allowed to set their own tempo as they transition onto attack, were just unstoppable. E United, lots of stumbles, lots of team damage, weird setups that just are not fully thought out. You know, a part of that might come down to Villa. Maybe E United is not very comfortable on Villa. I mean, it's totally possible that that is the case. They're not looking good on it, that's for sure. Whereas Tempo Storm, they looked right at home, especially, again, on that second half. 4 rounds in a row on attack. That's, well, I mean, that clearly speaks to being the better team.
Yeah, unquestionably. Tempo Storm really were able to sharpen it up. Mark, though he took a little bit of time, I think, to readjust to Pro League. He played quite well. He was very quiet. He's been quiet on almost every team we've seen him on. That's no exception here. He is obviously a quieter guy and a quieter player. And he really allowed Creators to be the star of the show today. And Creators in particular, whether he was being droned in or whether he was playing on his own on defense, he was able to just create so much space for his team, especially on attack. The stats on attack of the 4 rounds that Tempo Storm played, they managed to win that opening duel 3 of the 4 times. And a large amount of times it was just Creators. Now, whether he was actually engaging in fights or was an immediate follow-up after we saw a couple of those rounds where a frag grenade was the opening pick, as they were able to toss it up underneath the feet of E United, Creators was always there to capitalize on it. And Pounce, I need to clean up in a couple rounds as well. I think, I mean, I'd have to pull stats on this, but I'm pretty sure he died only 1 or 2 of those 4 rounds. And that's exactly the kind of thing you want from somebody who's playing more entry style. And rather than having Dream, who's been great on Ashe in a lot of other matchups with that G36C, or Butters is somebody you can expect to be a high performer, they allowed Creators in this particular game. And when we do bring up the interview, which we should have in just a minute or so, I'm going to be interested to know if this is a deliberate decision just for Villa or role swaps for this team, because interview is ready. We'll bring it up. But I'm very curious to ask that question. So we'll get it up on your screen, and then we'll go from there. Hello, Butters. Congratulations on your victory, the second one so far of this season. I want to start off by saying, were you expecting to play Villa here, or was there another map you had in mind?
I mean, we expected either Villa or Cafe, and it came down to Villa, and that's the warm-up we had too, so we were pretty stoked on it. And yeah, I mean, we didn't have much like showing on them from Villa, so kind of just played it how we wanted to play it and see what they would do from it. So,
were you expecting them to be as aggressive as they were when they burst in? 2 of their attacking rounds, for example, were them literally getting into the building and over half of the server dying in the first 30 seconds. Is this something you've seen from E United before? And could you react to it in the moment, or were you prepped for it ahead of time?
Yeah, I mean, we know how aggressive they are, so we kind of knew that some things like that would happen. They caught us sometimes when we forgot about it, but yeah, we know how aggressive they are. So like, we always know, like, especially like the dining one, like I know we know like they like to rush that from like pantry bike side and all that. So like we were a little bit ready for it, but they still ended up winning the gunfights, you know. But the one that caught us off guard really was the blue one that we ended up winning. So
What's changed with your team now that Mark stepped onto the roster?
more experience for sure. He brings a lot in just a bunch of aspects like comms. Just it helps IGL too. It's just it's been way better bringing him on here. Feels a lot smoother.
You find that's something that your team needed because you came in and you didn't make any roster moves after qualifying from Challenger League. Do you think that experience was a missing piece of the puzzle for you to be able to elevate your team's play?
Yeah, 100%. I do. I think that was something we needed, and it felt pretty fresh. Feels good. We all vibe, you know. So like, you do that, and better things will come for sure.
Your next matchup is against TSM, and they have been bulldozing through North America. Are we going to see anything special from your team to play spoiler to them as they look to lock up first overall next week?
Well, we're just going to keep doing us. You know, we just got to keep the fundamentals down. Make sure the fundamentals are down, and then we'll just be doing good from there.
Well, it was a huge victory for you today over E United. Congratulations. And I'd seen some things on Twitter, but you're not feeling particularly well. So all the best in your recovery. Hopefully you are on the mend, but a big victory today, a big 3 points. And hopefully we'll get another interview out of you before the season is over.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, we'll have our creators, or we'll have our MVP up. It's creators, so no surprise there as it comes up on the screen for you in just a second or two. He's been by far and away one of their better players over the last couple of days, and it's hilarious because I actually forgot to ask him the question about if the role swaps before creators was deliberate today or not. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you get lost in the questions. You just kind of go from there. But a 1.79 rating is nothing to sneeze at, and he was a huge part of what was a good team effort from Tempo Storm today.
Yeah, creators put up a really individually compelling performance, so props to him for that. Tempo Storm taking their second win for this whole season with only a few play days left. That's pretty impressive. But we've got another really exciting match up and coming. That's DZ versus SSG right after this break.
Attackers need to protect the defuse position. Attackers have recovered their
Detecting traces thermal attack.
I got it.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second match here in our 10th play day of North American Pro League. I'm Intero. On my left is Kickstar, still going with the bedroom broadcasts as you've come to expect over the last week or so. And we've got what many would be considering, or to consider, our match of the day. It's going to be Dark Zero Esports, currently sitting in second place, going up against Space Station Gaming, sitting in third place. This is a rematch, today's Playday, of Playday number 1. And of course, Dark Zero, in perfectly dramatic fashion, was the team that got the upper hand, taking the very first match. And now we've got the rubber match here. With most teams, will Space Station be able to win this one?
Yeah, that is the question, of course. I mean, if we look at very recent history, Space Station have been doing fairly well. And we'll start getting into their rosters with whichever, and then I can figure out which one we're going to talk about. But Space Station, nope, it's Dark Zero. Okay, so Dark Zero haven't been doing very well in their recent matches. So they've got 2 losses and a draw in the last 3 playdays. Now, granted, playday number 7 was January, so keep that in mind. But excluding that then, between the last 2 in this month, it's been a loss and a draw for DZ. And DZ did lose to TSM, the only team who have actually managed to beat Dark Zero in North America, but then followed that up with, I would say, most consider a very confusing draw against EU United. Granted, EU United is on the uptake, and they've been looking decent, but we just saw them play against Tempo Storm and completely fall apart. So Dark Zero is in second place. But SSG has the same amount of points as them, and they've been winning more recently.
Both SSG and Reciprocity enter within striking distance of being able to take over that second place spot from Dark Zero. They are breathing down the necks of DZ. So, as you pointed out, over the last 3 matches, Dark Zero have not had the results they've wanted. Bear in mind that 2 of those 3 matches were actually against TSM. So, I mean, you can't really fault them for losing twice to TSM. A lot of teams have been doing that these days. But Space Station Gaming, your defending world champions, obviously still riding the high from winning the 6 Invitational in February. Well, they haven't exactly had the strongest start to this split either. It's been a little interesting to see the results that they've had against both Luminosity and Tempo Storm. These are 2 teams that are in the bottom of the standings for North America, yet SSG were barely able to move the needle on those matches. And while they did win both of them, they needed all 12 rounds. It was a 7-5, 7-5 for SSG. Not exactly the dominance that you would come to expect from the team that I think many would consider to be the current best team in the world. Looking at the stats right now, both Fultz and Rampy's contributions are absolutely mind-bogglingly high. Fultz at a plus 53 and Rampy at a plus 38. But despite that, their ratings actually trail both Canadian and Bosco, showing that what you are doing as a support player, be it flex or hard support, is oftentimes a little bit more important. These 2 teams are going to fight for not just glory, but 3 very critical points in the standings here, as there will be 4 playdays remaining, and the likelihood of a team catching TSM narrows playday by playday.
TSM, I think, who, by the way, play at the end of today, are pretty well locked in for first place. It's not a guarantee just yet, not mathematically anyway. Getting close to that. In this match, again, it's the battle for second place, and that is a hotly contested position. And given that both of these teams have the same amount of points right now, we see this end in a draw. There will be no change between them. They will just bump themselves up 1 point. Round differential won't change. Where are we going to play is really the question, because it will change a lot about how this is actually going to pan out. These teams have very different map preferences, and as such, this span phase is very important. We'll be going to Coastline for this match, which is, we haven't seen Coastline in a while, or at least I haven't.
Now, Coastline is a fragging match to be made for anybody, so this will be fascinating to watch. Both of these teams have no shortage of strong gunplay, and on a map like Coastline, you can abandon the idea of running a single hard breacher. A lot of teams will ban Hibana, and Maverick and Thermite are just not things that happen on Coastline. So if you're Canadian, or if you're hot and cold, you have the opportunity to stretch your legs and play operators in a supportive capacity, but not being bound by possibly lackluster loadouts, bad guns, etc. You're still going to be doing a lot of droning for your teammates because Hot and Cold and Canadian aren't necessarily going to pick up the torch and lead their team into battle. You're still likely looking at Hyper from Dark Zero and Rampy from Space Station as the two people who are going to be doing that as they go head to head with each other. But my oh my, there's going to be a lot of fireworks here. I would imagine between these teams, we saw it against Empire or the G2 Empire matchup last week. Even though it went very strongly in G2's favor, it was an explosive match with tons of gun skill being on display, and I suspect nothing less here for these two teams.
Coastline is actually a highly pivotal map for both of these teams at the Invitational. If we take a look at their performance at the Invitational, both teams got fairly far, but obviously Space Station won. They are the world champions. Dark Zero lost 4-7 in a best of 3 to Ninjas in Pajamas on Coastline. That was a 2-0 for Ninjas in Pajamas, and that is ultimately how they got knocked out of the Invitational. So, it's a very important map for DZ in the past. And 7-4 is not terrible, I guess, but it's not great. If we're, granted, playing very well. On the other hand, Space Station managed to beat TSM on Coastline 7-1. 7-1, that's crazy. That is a really dominant scoreline against a team like TSM. And granted, you get that dominant, and it becomes a point where, you know, it does have to do with TSM's map preference as well. Clearly, they do not like Coastline based on that performance, but it is a slightly better map, I'd say, statistically for SSG, just on recent performance. But we're pulling back to the Invitational, so that is a little bit far back at this point. Maybe that won't reflect what we see here today.
Yeah, there's two operators as well that are available that weren't available at the 6 Invitational, which is Kali, the sniper on attack, and Wamai, the gadget grabber on defense, if you want to call him that, with his magnets, functioning somewhat similarly to Jaeger, but not exactly the same. Both of them can see some play when it comes to this map, though I would suspect we'd see far more Wamai than we would Kali. That's just us speculating on this part. I imagine that Ash is going to be a pretty crucial operator alongside Zofia on entry, IQ as well, Buck. Depends on the bans. We could see a Capitao or a Nomad get banned out. But before we get into the match and all of our theory crafting, what do you think? Because I'm sure all of you at home have thought the same thing, and it's very dominantly for Space Station, 70% to 21% for Dark Zero. These are two teams that enter as equals in terms of the standings. And while Space Station has been on the ascendancy over the last couple months, I would have guessed it would have been closer than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty dominant community vote there, ladies and gentlemen. That is wow. For a match that could be as close as this one, I'm surprised. But who knows, maybe that will reflect what we actually see in game. We finally got everybody ready, so we're gonna go load into it. It'll be Dark Zero versus Space Station. DZ starting on attack and Coastline. Now, something interesting to note is that both of these teams, I gotta say, they have almost identical ban phases on this map. Habana will be banned, period. And probably Jackal or Lion. I would guess Lion, there it is. So there's Lion gone, and Habana will be the other attacking ban, almost certainly here. As for the defensive bans, you're looking at Echo, Maestro, and Valkyrie, but both teams prefer to ban Valkyrie. So very certainly we will see a Valkyrie ban. That's done and dusted. You don't have to think about it. The only real question is, will it be Echo or Maestro? There's the Echo ban. Valkyrie should be our last ban here. If not, I would be shocked. But it's totally possible that with the new operator coming in, that changes. And yes, there it is. With Wamai in play, they get rid of a Maestro, so they don't have to worry about having to destroy those bubbles or Evil Eyes, because, you know, there's going to be Wamais in the way, there's going to be Jaegers in the way. You may as well just get rid of the problem child. So very different ban phase for both of these teams from their recent bans on this map on the defensive side. But apart from that, it's pretty much the same as what you'd expect. Everything on the attacking and Echo actually even was pretty predictable. The only change was the Maestro, and I think that's a direct response to Wamai.
This is weird here. The script that we got handed, because obviously all of this is pre-recorded, right? And it's all fake. The script here says that they banned Valkyrie, but they didn't. So I don't Do we need to talk to an admin? I'm so help.
So the reason
They
why
didn't do what it said they were gonna do. It's written.
the reason why I expected them to ban Valkyrie, I'll tell you, is over the last three matches, I think, for Dark Zero and 4 matches for Space Station, both teams have prioritized banning Valkyrie. So the fact that she's made it in here is kind of surprising, to be honest. It definitely is a little bit of a left turn. But here we are, and ban phase done. Everything else did follow the script, so we're in line for that. And, you know, obviously we can just kind of roll with the punches.
For those of you that are taking this quite literally, it's a joke. So, you know,
What are you talking about, Parker?
it's
This isn't part of the script, Parker. You need to stop.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to cover. I'm just trying to cover for us.
Has left the area of operation.
Oh, nice shot there for Rampy, but he gets traded off, and there's action really early on in this match. A little bit of what we saw in the last one actually being reflected here. And there goes 2 of your primary soft destructors from Dark Zero, just like that.
I'm a little surprised to see that, but yeah, that's rough. I mean, we basically called the operator lineup for Dark Zero largely correct when it came to the Ashe, Sophia, IQ, and Buck. That pivotal 5th operator would largely come down to bans, and in this case, it's going to be, well, a Dokkaebi brought out by Mint. And Dark Zero loves to run these annoying style of operators. I think most people would classify Jackal, Lion, most shield operators, Dokkaebi as having gadgets that are designed specifically to get under your skin. And in this instance, Dokkaebi is going to do just that. There is a mute in play, though, for Space Station, so those logic bombs will not be as irritating as they possibly could be. All you need to do is just simply sit on one of those jammers, and the effectiveness of Dokkaebi's gadget will go down, leaving what is really just an unremarkable set of weapons against a team that is going to be very well prepared for this. Now, despite them trailing in numbers, that won't slow down Dark Zero at all. They'll entry from above and begin to take that map control, and we'll continue from there. Eclipse is on his belly, creeping up towards hallway, his presence given away by the whack at the barbed wire, now looking towards main lobby. Spotted for a second, Fultz can't connect. A beautiful shot from Eclipse, as now Dark Zero have taken the advantage that SSG had and completely removed it.
I think it's worth noting that SSG, similar to what we were seeing in the last match on their defensive side, are bringing an operator lineup that forgoes the Mozzie, instead bringing a Wamai. And so you have less information denial on the attack side, but way more disruption on the throwables and the projectiles. But all that said, there's only 45 seconds left here for Dark Zero to make their execution happen, but they are making it happen as they attempt to plant. Thinking Nade coming up on the flank after Eclipse gets the entry, and there's Skies from above covering very well, and the flank is stopped by this barricade. That's poorly positioned, I suppose, but you can't really predict to need to have it open in a situation like this. Whatever the case be, a 1v3, and it's not going to happen. Eclipse shuts down that flank. DZ will take round number 1. Very impressive comeback there from the early deficit in terms of man count.
They took what was a 4v3 and made it a 0v3. They didn't give up a single pick. And you got to think a lot of that really comes down to the duel that Eclipse and Fultz had. Fultz, I think, held the trigger, or held off the trigger rather a little bit longer than he was supposed to. And because of that, he lost the fight to Eclipse. Once again, it was a beautiful shot from the IQ at the doorway to kitchen, leading into the main lobby, and with that, you lost control of the backside of the site. Dark Zero knew that they could just continue to take more map control away, and they left the buck of Skies upstairs. Nobody was going to be able to pressure Skies above, and when you lose control of VIP above you, kitchen becomes a nightmare to hold on to.
Yeah, it certainly does, and well, Dark Zero really highlighting that for us in that match. I'm also really impressed by their ability to adapt to that flank from Thinking Nade, but that, again, I would mostly say comes down to the barricade on the door. Thinking Nade probably could have made that a 1v2 and possibly started working his way into the clutch. He is very good at doing that, but it is not to be. So, SSG going to change their bomb site. Mira is unbanned, so that's going to be a factor in this round. Mira, of course, is actually an operator that has kind of fallen out of favor. She gets banned quite a lot still, but even when she's not banned, sometimes she isn't played. When it comes to Coastline, though, she can be very, very useful. And, I mean, that's fitting, given that this is the map she came out with. So, we'll see how Mira is used on this map, in this match, rather. Looks like it's going to be primarily around the Sunrise Bar. Ooh, opportunity missed there for Thinking Need, but I mean, it wasn't really much of one.
I really like that Space Station is bringing a Mira, even with how prevalent her bans tend to be. You know, in their Clubhouse matchup 2 weeks ago, or rather 2 play days ago, God, it feels like I always default to when they used to be by the week, and
yeah.
I mean, I guess that's not the case. I should, with the way it is. I shouldn't be doing that. But
how long did we do that for? Like what, 2.5 years?
2.5 years, yeah. And then we got this accelerated super week became permanent, and then now we're doing 2 matches a week. So while it might be 2 play days, it's still on the same amount of weeks. But anyway, I was going to say, we saw Bosco running this Mira when they played Clubhouse just a couple play days ago. So don't be too surprised here. There is a belief among teams that even when Mira goes unbanned, some teams don't run her because they don't practice with her. They don't have strats with her because they expect her to be banned all the time. So I like that Space Station is going to continue to bring her. She was absent from round number 1, and she just gives so much visibility for the defenders and makes it perilously hard for the attackers to take anything, especially if it lacks a long-range hard breach. And, Hibana's banned. She is one of the best counters to Mira, so there's going to be a lot of value that I'd imagine Space Station will be able to get from just having a Mira and nothing else.
Easy, committed to the office take. They've got the blue bar open. Oof. Imagine if he had sprayed that window. Rampy coming up from luggage, trying to flank into Aqua. This might have been red, but it's going to be the Jaeger to win the fight. Thinking Nate, a beautiful shot onto Houghton. And the execution from DZ is coming into A now. They're going to try and go for a plant, but there's the mirror window they have to consider. Plant goes close to the wall as a result. Will the coverage be in is the real question. They need to be very careful with how they cover this. Guys, holding on to Aqua balcony. The plant stopped by Faults with a shotgun. That's what happens when you plant close. Faults on the mirror window gets a second. And SSG are repelling this attack adeptly. Sky is in Hyper now in a perilous situation. 30 seconds to go. No diffuser in hand. 4 enemies to find. It doesn't seem very winnable.
Their position's just been given away as well, with Hyper taking a couple shots into Pink. They're just waiting to see if he'll walk out, in which case it should be very simple for Thinking Nade to just walk up and get the kill. The puck will rotate. He wins the fight, but there's Thinking Nade, still same position. Right next to him, the wall will blow up. Hyper will need to retreat. 10 seconds for him to be able to go and grab that diffuser, which is right in the middle of the Lion's Den. And if you're Space Station, you don't even need to go for the frag, but threading the needle with those shots is Thinking Nade, and Space Station will answer back. That Mira proving to be so invaluable for SSG's defense, and the Warden coupled alongside of it, working out very well. Warden can obviously see through smokes. He's resistant to flashbangs, and when his gadget's active, he can stop a plant dead in its tracks. Fultz played it well, and of course, as I pointed out, and everybody will point out, when a Mira is available and you take it, she is going to give you a huge wide angle right into the site, and that's exactly what it did. Even though DZ came so close to being able to get that diffuse down, SSG just had the counter lined up perfectly.
Yeah, the word I always like to use to describe Mira as an operator is she's polarizing. She is night and day between playing with or without her. And she can have that effect on a round, to good or ill, of the defenders. So in this case, it was to their benefit that they brought the Mira. It worked really well. It managed to force a plant in a location that was very exposed for DZ. And, who knows? Maybe they would have tried to plant there without the Mira in play. We've seen DZ do that same exact plant before in the past on Coastline. And it almost never works out for them. Sometimes it does, but very rarely. But all the same, it ended up working for SSG. So the right operator picked there. And yeah, I mean, it was a different round than usual. And you know what? That's the thing that we're, I think, noticing with not just North America, but most regions, is that we're seeing not necessarily the meta change every day, but we're definitely changing in a much more accelerated rate than we had in the past. It used to take whole seasons for basic playstyles to change from one team to another. And now it feels like it happens every other week.
Activating drone.
R&D scanning.
And it doesn't just come down to like the Mira. I mean, it comes down to pretty much everything that we're seeing here. Like the Wamai is changing the operator bands for SSG and DZ. Valkyrie is available. When both of these teams, Valkyrie is their primary ban on this map. And that's just because Wamai is going to soak up so much that you have to remove the Maestro, or you're not going to be able to destroy them.
I imagine what some of the teams will do when they have a Wamai and a Jaeger together, and then you've got a Maestro and a Goyo available. When you see teams run that, that might as well be the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse when it comes to just any kind of any major destruction, either thrown or tossed, because they'll soak up so much. And yeah, if you throw a frag grenade in, the magnet's still going to make it blow up, but it's not going to be where you intend it to go. So very smart decision. And when people are thinking to themselves, you know, why would SSG, who has probably one of the best Maestros in North American Pro League, maybe even in the world, in Fultz's hands, why would they deliberately take out one of their greatest operators? And you just explained it perfectly for them, because you're going to allow Dark Zero to be able to capitalize off of an operator paired alongside Wamai, who's going to make your job as an attacker extremely difficult. But it looks like there's been a clear path in, as a frag grenade will drop down right onto the feet of SSG, and Hyper will start things off, but Eclipse will not be able to get out of harm's way before Rampy makes him pay. Both teams will lose one. SSG will get the upper hand, though, as they remove Hot and Cold. Down goes the Zofia, her stuns so crucial at being able to lock down the site. Some damage done to SSG as there's a fight from above, and there will just be a brief pause as its control still above for the attackers.
SSG just going to wait this out. The smoke, highly relevant in this round, will be the reason why this wasn't a plant for DZ already. Skies gets Rampy upstairs, but it's not a full clear of the top floor. Canadian's still roaming. Guys needs to be wary of that. So does Hyper. Meanwhile, they have to consider the plant. Nice shot from Hyper. There goes Canadian, but Fultz responds. He's keeping his team in this with a run out from Exit. Suddenly, it's going to get worse for him, though, as he's shut down by Hyper, who gets his 3rd kill. Bosco, the hero of the early round, has to be the hero of the late round now, too. And he gets Hyper, shutting down his spree. It's a 1v1, Skies versus Bosco, and the push is into Kitchen for Skies. He knows where his enemy is, but the rotation from Bosco is very well read. And Skies doesn't have Diffuser. He won't be able to plant. He doesn't have time. It's going to be a win for Skies! Incredible throw from Bosco! Dark Zero will take the round off of just an open wall and a free range for Skies.
It's one of those times I'd love to see the bullpen for Dark Zero, as that was almost 100% for Space Station, 99.9%. If you had one of those graphs that are charting how likely it is that a team is going to win the round, that's sitting at 99.9% for the final 10 seconds or so, and then just immediately drops, and, well, it goes down to 0. Bosco, all you need to do is just sit and wait. I don't know if they just simply lacked intel. Keep in mind that there was an IQ for Dark Zero. Maybe SSG didn't have any cams inside a site. Maybe they were just blind and they had no intel on where the buck was. There was a cat and mouse game that was going on inside of the main lobby, and obviously Bosco got caught. He just wasn't cheeky enough. He wasn't elusive enough. It's a major bit of misfortune for Space Station, because right now they should be the ones leading in terms of round count, but Skies does what Skies does best, which is just show up huge in the final 20 seconds of a round. Bosco literally could have just sat somewhere and waited, but if he was getting the call from somebody on his team that they were planting, or he assumed that they were planting just simply on his own, then you can't really fault him for maybe trying to go back in as the timer was about to hit 0. That's a really tough spot to be in if you're Bosco, and we don't know if he just got a bad call or not, but it certainly seems like a massive misplay that allowed Dark Zero to get the win on that.
Yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of different layers for what that could be. It could be premature celebration. It could be just expecting the plant, like you said, maybe a bad call. But what it was for certain is, well, a good clutch from Skies. Can't take it away from him. He had a second to make it happen, and he did. So props to Skies. 6-1 right now across 3 rounds. That's an average of 2 kills a round and only a single death. Skies is having a match right now, and he's feeling very comfortable.
Motivated and fired up Skies is something that is obviously very frightening for almost every team to go up against. Doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how good your gun skill may be. He's been able to duel along with the best of them, regardless of what his team is doing. And though one thing that's always made Dark Zero really scary is that they've also got another player who's very similar to that in Hyper. Hyper has great statistics. He's been one of the highest rated players in North America for the last 2 seasons, 3 seasons. And then you've got even greater depth on Dark Zero's side. You know,
It's just okay. Hyper's got a kill. Now DZ are in the lead.
in Fultz's position when the last time we saw Space Station go to Kitchen was playing inside a main lobby, and he held that long angle towards the doorway from Sunrise into Kitchen itself. That's obviously an angle that will need to be covered by somebody else. It looks like from Space Station they've moved Canadian over there, but the MPX is not the same gun as an MP5. It's not going to do the trick in quite the way you want it to. So Hyper might be able to just breeze on in, as it appears that most of Space Station have been pushed deep back inside of the site. They're on the east end of the building. They're over by that delivery door, the service door, which leaves A largely free. And if there's nobody from SSG playing above, unless SSG are able to reposition themselves, Dark Zero could be able to walk in and get a plant down very quickly while the remaining members just simply watch. That looks like it's going to be the plan, but there's a smoke that gets tossed out. Mint and Hyper will get cut off. Mint's attempting the plant, as you can't see anything from Hyper. There's one for Rampy, but he'll get picked apart with Eclipse and Skies getting in on the fun. Still an advantage for Dark Zero, as these numbers will continue to trade down. It will favor Dark Zero, as they had an advantage to start with, and trading will not simply be enough for Space Station. They're going to need to muster out a good pick here. Another smoke goes down with Hot and Cold assessing the situation. Skies has the cross in the courtyard. He'll find Thinking Nade. And Bosco in a dire situation right now. A nice shot and a nice angle shrugging off of the Zofia. Mint gets the plant down, and Bosco is still just trapped inside of service. He's known for getting some absolutely heroic plays, and he'll need to do more than just take Mint out of action. As you see the scramble after the diffuser is down from Dark Zero, a single member will go upstairs. He's going to get marked away. Bosco expends the clip of the SMG-11 and will just go for the defuse. But there's a buck up there. They'll be able to open this up, and a drone inside of sight as well, as it's both members of Dark Zero putting in good work, but Sky's credited with the kill onto Bosco, as that was a lose-lose situation for SSG. There's simply too much soft destruction that Bosco wasn't able to watch all at once, and it's quite an impressive lead for Dark Zero, as they are up 4-1.
You know, I gotta be honest, I'm feeling a little bit bad for Rampy right now. The reason I say that is I would still call him the MVP of that last round, despite the fact that his team lost the round. And here's why. He not only managed to get one cover player, one of the flank watches for the defuse plant inside a kitchen, but he also stopped the initial attempted plant. There's also a really impressive performance put up by Bosco playing the smoke in sight. He also was integral to stopping the plant, and he, as an anchor, managed to stop the push into kitchen itself for a prolonged period of time. So Bosco and Rampy really putting up some impressive performances. And Rampy got more out of dropping into garden than 90% of players would in that situation. Not only stopping a plant, but also getting a player who is on flank watch. He should have just died. He should have just died, and he managed to do so much more. And that's discounting, of course, that's forgetting about the round where he got the 4K in the round prior. And yet, these performances, this level of contribution, is not being met by the rest of SSG. We're not seeing full, I guess, SSG performance. We'll be going back to the double bar, which is the only site that SSG has managed to win thus far. And it's going to be a similar setup here with the Mira on the blue bar. But the question is, will Dark Zero really play into that again? Or are they going to try something different? I imagine that they're going to adjust a little bit.
And I like that SSG are willing to switch it up, though this does look like the same lineup that we saw last time on the double bars, except there's no Warden in play for them. It'll instead just be a smoke in the hands of Fultz. I think Dark Zero will have to change it up. They're not going to go for the same style of play. It's the only site, in fact, that Space Station has won on, and a big part of that was that Dark Zero didn't really address that mirror window that was inside of Sunrise Bar looking into Blue Bar. If you can tackle that obstacle as Dark Zero, then Space Station end up finding themselves having to hold the back of Sunrise, or at least clinging to that second floor. The one thing that we have seen really, really well from Dark Zero, or at least see them do really, really well, is take control of the second floor. DZ has been so strong at just keeping their foot on the throat of Space Station because of that second floor control. Being able to take away the entire roof, being able to hold down on roamers, not needing a Nomad or a Gridlock for flanking, that's been Dark Zero's specialty so far.
Guys in particular is on a tear, and he's also playing Buck. If he gets above, he could do a lot of work. 10-2 right now, guys. That's pretty crazy 5 rounds in. It is vertical control established for DZ. They're also dealing with a lot of those information tools being brought out by SSG. IQ obviously going to be a mainstay pick. You have to really bring her these days. And it's been the way for a long time, but you know. So getting rid of the Valkyrie cams, opening up from above to deal with the mirror windows. DC has gone through the steps this time instead of just trying to rush in for a smoke plant. C4 will detonate and do a lot of damage to Houghton, but no kill. And the execution is going to come in the next few seconds or so. They're not rushing it.
Here goes some of the safety of the wall that was next to the mirror window with Hot and Cold just dumping in those lifeline blows by blow. And, well, it doesn't look like the fire did an awful lot, at least not what DZ was hoping for. Bosco just likely through the smoke takes out Mint, and now SSG have the control that they want. Skies bursts into action. He's got the smoke there with him. 2 members of his team able to put in the work that they need, and they will abandon that diffuser from going down. So Dark Zero do not have to worry about the objective, at least not yet. Missed opportunity for the Twitch above. Sky still alive near the site. He'll gun down Foltz, but it's Space Station doubling up on the lone remaining member of DZ. 20 seconds, and he's going to have to continue to exert some pressure. He can't land the shot. Some missed opportunity from him. You don't see Skies do it all that often, but unfortunately for him, it comes at the worst possible time. Bosco plays that one well enough, and the double bars will be the only successful defenses for Space Station as we swap sides, and Dark Zero moves to defense with a 4-2 lead.
So I just got to say, I am very impressed by SSG's defensive setup on the double bar. So they've got a couple different things going on there. Thing number one, the mirror window setup. I really got to appreciate how thought out it is, because it's not just a mirror window looking into blue bar. It's a mirror window looking into blue bar with contingency plans, such as the peek from that window deep in blue in sunrise bar to cover the blue window. That's an easy denial of the attacker's flank watch inside of blue. Now, on a lot of sites, you're going to have those positions like the main window repel on billiards, for example, when defending that site, that are really difficult for the defenders to deal with. And it's the same exact window that you would use to deal with that repel that you would use to deal with the blue window repel. It's this one right under the camera right now. And that double angle allows the mirror window to continue applying pressure to blue. But that's not the only thing that Space Station had on their double bar setup that was so impressed me. The main thing, I would say even, is not just the mirror setup, but rather the top floor setup. Because it wasn't a top floor hold directly above the bomb site. They opened up the entire top floor, all of the walls, the hookah walls, the same way that DZ's doing it right now, although I'd say that SSG was a little bit more thorough. Not that it matters too much. Anyway, they opened up all of those walls, then played the roam elsewhere on the top floor to allow for a late in the round retake of the top floor. And what this means is the attack spends so much time clearing out above the bomb site, and then once they've done that, when they start attacking into the bomb site, the roamers start applying too much pressure to those players above, and then the attack finds themselves at a man disadvantage. And that's exactly what happened to DZ in that last attack. Despite how well DZ themselves played that, they almost brought it back, but the setup was too good for SSG, the advantages were too numerous, and so SSG took the round.
And they did so with very minor changes over the very first time as well. It was DZ who didn't adapt the way that they wanted. Now, speaking of DZ, they find themselves in the crosshairs of Thinking Nade, and they give up their very first pick here on their defense. Not the start that you want from Dark Zero, and it happens to be Hyper, usually one of the standout performers for this team. He gets a little bit greedy and peeks the window from luggage on a balcony, and he finds himself dying to the Nomad of Thinking Nade. More discovery work, this time down below, as Space Station are trying to determine the location of Eclipse and be able to do something to take the Ella out of action. But not too far off is Sky's playing on the Mozzie, and, well, he can come to his teammates' aid should the need arise. Instead, Skies, though, has now found his way over towards Cool Vibe stairs, and Rampy from above is likely going to take away some of the safety that defenders find down below. This is exactly what you expect a Buck to do. Doing their best SSG impression, but this time without the mirror. It'll be Dark Zero starting this first defense on the double bars. Full top floor control right now for Space Station. This is where you want to find yourself with an attacker, with over half of the round gone.
Yeah, and also one of those roamers being dealt with. That means that when the retake comes from DZ, it'll be significantly less powerful, really. DZ also being approached from exit. So it's the same setup from DZ, and it's a very different attack from SSG as we transition through the halves. That's a lot of damage done to Houghton, but he's not dead yet. There he goes. Rampy with amazing situational awareness, and he's looking for a second. Amazi caught in the hallway. Nade comes out. This looks like DZ is being absolutely manhandled on this defense. Firebolts to cut off rotation. The top floor control still in there. It's Canadian going down with the diffuser, but it doesn't matter because SSG already has such a man advantage. It will be swept up there in the end. SSG, great cleanup, and they will win their first round of the second half.
Honestly, a very valiant effort from Dark Zero to retake, especially through the blue bar, but there was just too much utility for them to try and wade through, especially with the smoke stopping their line of sight and ending up exactly where SSG was hoping that they would. Additionally, that one main rotate between Sunrise and blue bar being held off by the fire arrow that was on the ground and spreading. Skies tried to duck to cover inside of that deployable shield, couldn't make it there. We saw the Ella of Eclipse try the same thing, couldn't make it there. SSG just had a lock on the one part of the map that allowed them to leverage that map control over the rotate that Dark Zero had set up, which is a very common rotate on both a Sunrise and a blue bar defense, because you want to be able to get between the sites as quickly as possible. So immediately after losing it, though, it appears the Dark Zero will abandon that, and I think there was a couple things to really point out in that round. I think he did a good job of assessing it and the setup that there was as well. But I think for Dark Zero, after they lost Hyper above, DZ were, I think, very deliberately not trying to engage the Ash and the Buck of SSG on that second floor. And unfortunately for them, they weren't able to just kill enough time. It really allowed SSG to set the pace for that round. And because you had Rampy up there, basically destroying the entire floor, because you had Fultz up there droning for him and being able to lock down the remaining corridors, they could be very leisurely. They didn't really feel any pressure, and they didn't need to worry about somebody from Dark Zero lurking in the wings.
I just noticed that we have currently two players. Apparently they're putting their heads together and starting up a donut factory, because Mint and Canadian have yet to contribute to the scoreboard, and we're getting close to ending this match. So doesn't bode well for either team, but if, I guess it's one on each team, right? I'd like to stress again that kills are not everything, but when you've got someone like Skies performing as well as he is, then he contributes quite a lot. And when you've got people who aren't getting anything in terms of kills, then that does change the way the game plays out. Fultz has made his way into Cool Vibes Stairs, and he's cut off the rotation, but he'll be spotted and finished off by Skies. Look at that awareness. Must have been footsteps. I don't know, maybe it was the default cam coming on at the right moment, but DZ had the info, and Skies was there to punish the push from Fultz.
Very unlucky timing for Fultz. He could have gotten the better of Skies there. It was a nice flick, but just not enough. Now Skies will trade out 75 HP, which he'll be able to get right back from a stim pistol or two. And there he goes, healing himself back up to tip-top shape. He's got lucky number 13 frags so far in 8 rounds. That is a very strong performance from a single person. Now, he's going to rely a lot on the rest of his teammates. I don't know if Eclipse just didn't hear part of the roof get torn above him by that skeleton key, but he very narrowly loses his head to Rampy before he's able to get away safely. SSG all the while have been able to take control of Sunrise Bar, and there you go. The default cam was still up, Michael, so it does appear that that would have been what gave away Fultz, allowing Skies to be able to swing on out.
Now, so it hasn't been, or that hasn't been recovered yet by SSG. There are some opportunities, as you can see, for picks. You got somebody in the main lobby. There's a very heavy roam currently from DZ. 2 anchors, I think, possibly 3. But lighter, yeah, 2 anchors, and then 1 player in the main lobby. That's Skies. So SSG's got some chances here. But it's Jaeger, actually, Mint, to position himself at the bottom of main stairs. He's going to be a really important operator in the engagement to come, because he might be unexpected for SSG. Hyper covering his top of main stairs. And here comes the execution from SSG. Firebolts will push Skies, but not enough. And oh, he hits the shot. Incredible. Thinking nade barely visible thanks to the light outside. Still loses the fight to Skies. Min gets his first kill, and Skies gets his second in this round. Bosco now alone. Correction, actually, third in this round for Skies. But Bosco's still in a 1v5. He's going to have to do some serious magic if he wants to win this one. 20 seconds left. It's not seeming likely. He has to deal with one of his enemy's drones now. Checking inside a kitchen just to be thorough, but Hyper through the wall gets the final kill, and it's a flawless round for Dark Zero.
Yes, more of that, please. Dark Zero fans obviously rejoiced as the chances in that round of Space Station winning go dark very early on, and they were so slow to get inside of Kitchen, and it was actually very different from what we saw of Dark Zero. Dark Zero, when they were attacking Kitchen, were very quick to get control of VIP, very quick to get control of Hookah, and then move over and sit on top of VIP while you didn't really have anybody from SSG pressuring you inside of the Sunrise Bar. Obviously very different this time. SSG were far more lined up inside a Sunrise Bar. You know, it took, or DZ were rather, it took SSG quite a while to get control that they wanted. They never really seemed to have what they needed above, as Rampy's focus was inside of Hookah, not VIP. So a challenging spot to find yourself in if you're Rampy, because obviously the plan is let's flush out Sunrise. You know that Dark Zero is playing down there. We saw Eclipse hanging out in that general location with Sky sitting by the doorway in the kitchen as well. You can open up most of Sunrise. That means that if you hit the back end of the site, when somebody gets pushed from the front of Kitchen over to Sunrise, you're very capable of catching them at the top. And that's where I would imagine we were going to see Rampy play, but we didn't quite get there, as it was Dark Zero just beating them to the punch in those gunfights. So, while the double bars weren't successful for Dark Zero, Kitchen is, and they'll go upstairs to Hookah. So while double bars are still open, I guess that experiment only lasts one round, and well, if you're successful here as DZ, you're probably going to see them go back there because the only other option would be Penthouse Theater. But the way that you defend those two bars will be somewhat similar to what we see here on Hookah. Not exactly the same, but it's control that's above the usual site. Watch for the way that Dark Zero plays off-site, possibly over by Aqua or even over by Luggage, as a main difference between the way that they defended the double bars up top.
Yeah, that double bar setup is really interesting. And I want to know who started it, because both of these teams were using it. It's definitely a very unique way of holding the bomb site, but Hookah Billiards has actually not been played too much, to my recollection, through this match. It's been kind of overshadowed by Kitchen and Double Bar. Right now, SSG is just looking to get the right angles into Cocktail Bar. But it's going to come slowly. Nothing really too crazy going on right now, apart from the way that SSG is clearing out. Well, not really crazy. They're clearing out very thoroughly on the other side of the top floor to be sure they have control everywhere but the bomb site. And it looks like they're going to set up for Aqua. No hold for Aqua from DC. That's a little bit strange, but it's totally understandable. You can easily lose too many bodies there for no reason. And so that control will be easy for SSG to take. And that'll give them the platform they need to attack onto the bomb site.
There's a frag grenade primed and ready, and there it goes. Does it hit its target? Yeah, it does, but Skies is still able to survive despite it. There is a dock for Hot and Cold. He's going to need to try and get Mint and Skies back to a higher HP than they are currently seated at, but it's not exactly a certainty. Both of them get a single stim pistol. Congratulations, Mint. You are the lucky beneficiary of stim pistol number 3. Still, the inability to stop these drones right now is going to cost Dark Zero in the long run. There's just under a minute left, and these DZ members don't seem to realize that they are very much being watched. Another frag grenade goes out. This time it doesn't do as much damage. It looks like it did a tiny bit to Skies. It actually looks like it did more to Rampy than it did to any member of Dark Zero. So now Dark Zero can sit quite pretty and just wait. A lot of this gadgetry from SSG has been utilized. There's the very first kill from Bosco. So, Space Station, with just a tiny bit of time left, are going to find themselves with an advantage, but now they're going to have to confront the play that's inside of the bar up top. That's exactly where a smoke is going to thrive. Still one toxic canister with 10 seconds left. Skies can make this work if he really wants to. Guns down one as Canadian finds a kill, but Dark Zero finds two of their own. Yet another from Canadian, answered by Foltz as he's in, and it's Mint in a 1v3. Diffuser is going down, not in your default spot. Mint is going to just fire into the ground fruitlessly, with the diffuser for Space Station being successful, and a return to site from the Jaeger being given away, and all three members of Space Station watching Cool Vibe Stairs quite intently, intending to deny Mint time back to the site. And it's Thinking Nate who gets picked right back up with the very final kill. Space Station is going to keep this one close, but Dark Zero will still lead its Titan 5-4.
That was a really methodical execution from SSG. The one thing that I noticed in particular is that we had Thinking Nate playing by Vase, holding those blue stairs or Cool Vibe stairs for the majority of that round. He inserted himself into Vase and he held that angle dead solid. He knew that was his job, and he executed that really well. He did get downed, actually, I believe, somewhere in the middle of that engagement, but he was committed to his task. And what that tells me and what it tells us is that it was a methodical execution from SSG. They had a clear-cut plan. They knew what they were getting themselves into. They knew what they needed to hold and how to hold it and where to go as individuals. And thus, since they did it in unison, they did it as a team. And that is a great execution, very well highlighted there by SSG. So, DZ had a good chance of taking that one. I'd say if they had more versatility in the kit of a player who is by the main bar or the cocktail bar or whatever you want to call it, then it might have been a very different round, because that was, if I'm not mistaken, Skies, and he was playing with an SMG-11 in hand, and he really didn't have, no, it was Hyper. I can't remember. Whoever it was, they were playing by the cocktail bar, SMG-11 in hand, and they really didn't accomplish as much as they could have. The main problem was the low ammunition count on that SMG-11. You saw him get up and attempt to retake by Vase, and that's because he had the shotgun. If he had something with 30 bullets, very different round. And sometimes it's little things like that that'll change the outcome of your rounds. And it's another, situation where, oh boy, if we had a Maestro there, maybe. Too bad Dark Zero banned that.
I was gonna say that's Maestro being banned is a crucial operator here, and obviously we talked about how he works well coordinated with Wamai, when he's well coordinated with Wamai. So I mean, you want to soak up that utility as best you can. Well, Dark Zero isn't actually bringing a lot of operators to soak up utility at all. I mean, take a look. Other than a couple deployable shields that are available and have been brought in a couple of these rounds, there's no Jaeger on the board, there's no Wamai on the board, there's no Goyo being brought. So DZ is really giving SSG plenty of space to be able to just dump in those lifelines, use those Capitao arrows to great effect, and just totally soften up the defense time and time again.
The big thing that the current lineups we're seeing being brought change is that it's more individual engagements. And again, I think that the Maestro by that cocktail would have changed a lot, because there was nobody focused on locking down cocktail, not directly at least. It was like a secondary focus for the attackers in that last round. But here in this round, we've only got a minute left after SSG take control of the top floor. They're going to start opening up from above. I don't expect this to accomplish too much, maybe a pick or two, but really, with the time constraints that SSG have right now, it's very likely that they're going to have to execute into a 5-on-5, especially with the way that DZ is currently set up. A run out from Hyper will net nothing. He will fall back, but his position is known. And if DZ has someone that far off site, then you can rest assured that they have a pretty extensive roam.
That first pick by Foltz is huge to give some more space to SSG. Frag grenade goes down. They weren't so successful for Space Station on previous rounds. Thinking Nate with two could have been a collateral onto Eclipse and Hyper as both of them push up towards the top of White Stairs. C4 goes, and with it will Bosco's life. This will give just the Mozzie of Skies pinned down inside a pool as Mint falls as well, and it looks like it'll be a tie game. with Skies, a trapped, caged animal, and he's not even making it out at all. He doesn't get through the doorway before Fultz is there to greet him with the R4C, and both of these teams will need all 12 rounds. Dark Zero needed almost every single round of every single match they played at the Six Invitational. It was a joke that we actually brought up a couple times, and now Space Station has done the same for their online play. Well, history is repeating itself. Could we see another 7-5 for SSG as they've started off the second half of the split? It definitely seems likely.
Now, with the way that this is being played out right now, one thing is pretty clear. DZ doesn't know how to hold the double bar as well as SSG does. And more importantly, SSG's attack onto the double bar, despite these being the same strategy for the defense, the attack onto the double bar is just much more adept for SSG. They have a different thought process when it comes to executing onto the top floor that DZ did not show us in the first half. The thought process is take control of base, then start opening up from above. Because if you have base, you can cover your flank from the appropriate angles. So it's not just base 2, it's pretty much the most of the top floor for SSG. And then they have the flank watch from Thinking Aid, the Nomad, who's going to put up those air jabs on the staircases and then obviously get, a double kill as someone attempts to retake on the main stairs. So SSG's more deliberate take of the top floor, clearing out the whole thing before applying vertical pressure to the double bar, is the difference maker here. It's the reason why Dark Zero has not been able to lock this match out. It's because they don't have the ability to hold on to Kitchen, or rather, not Kitchen, double bar as a bomb site. And that is a serious hindrance considering how strong it was for Space Station in the first half. We're going to probably avoid double bar for the rest of this half, though. I don't imagine that DZ will bring us back there unless they think that they can make sweeping changes to their setup.
No, obviously not a very comfortable place to go, and that's what I speculated on was when we saw both Kitchen and Hookah get played. I said that we're probably not going to go to Penthouse or to Penthouse Theater should the Dark Zero end up being successful on Hookah. Obviously not the case at all. So they fell apart.
Maybe we're gonna see Penthouse now that they can't defend double bar. Who knows?
That's a very good point. Though Hookah does open up next round, so we could just end up going back there. I mean, actually, Hookah's opened up right now. The only site that was locked was Kitchen, and it opened up. So every site is free to play for Dark Zero at the moment.
And we'll see if they want to take the risk or not. I was just gonna say that we'll see if they want to take the risk or not. It is, of course, a risk when you go to Penthouse, but we've seen it pay off in recent times.
No, absolutely. I mean, Mirror is available as well. The only thing you really need to hold on to at that point is the lobby control, because we've seen time and time again when Mirror was available, somebody would open up the lobby and then the floor goes underneath you inside the theater, and then also you lose your Mirror windows. That is obviously not an ideal spot to find yourself in, so.
Certainly not. SSG with control of the Sunrise Bar and Office, so they can start their attack from the west side onto the bomb site. They don't have vertical control, though. This is definitely a very important difference between most of the double bar attacks we've been seeing from SSG and this Kitchen attack, is that it's a little bit more linear here for SSG. The roam is still well enforced on the top floor for DZ, and we're approaching the last minute of the round. This is not a great spot necessarily for SSG to be in, but they've also had a lot of miracle moments in positions like this in past rounds where SSG's up against the wall, 5v5, coming to the end of the round as the attackers, and then suddenly they just get 2 picks out of nowhere. Whether it's Rampy getting them, Bosco, Thinking Aid, there's Bosco. It's going to be Bosco this time, so there you go.
Space Station obviously doing a great job with their opening picks. This is very similar to the Tempo United game we saw at the very start with how these two teams stacked up in numbers. So you take out Skies, probably Dark Zero's best hope at being able to win a round over the last, 10 rounds or so. Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, probably 10 rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dark Zero, now you've got Mint a little bit worse for wear too. But he's going to return as much fire as he can inside of the lobby. One for Hyper, but then the run out gets caught by that Claymore. Down he goes. Mint pushes up, but that's Diffuser surrendered. So somebody from SSG is going to need to go get it. Bosco right now on a triple kill. He's streaking quite well. I think Eclipse might have just walked right through that air jab with no ill effect. It certainly appears that way. Diffuser going down. Hot and Cold gets splattered to the ground, and Fultz bursts on in at the right time to find Eclipse and Hot and 2. And Space Station have now been able to put together 4 of the last 5 rounds, make that 5 of the last 6, and they're on match point, 1 round away from jumping to an even greater lead now that they're 1 point ahead of DZ in the standings.
Yeah, so... Well, that round could have easily had been Dark Zero's. We're seeing, again, every time SSG is allowed to set up, and this is the impressive bit, regardless of whether they have vertical control or not, if SSG is allowed to set up, they are winning these rounds, and DZ is not employing any tactics to hinder that setup. Top floor roam was irrelevant in that last round for the most part, because, well, how did Bosco get 3 kills? He sat outside front door and service entrance, and 3 people peeked him. How did Fultz get the last 2 kills? He injected himself in a strongly man-advantage situation into the bomb site, and was in the right time at the right place and hit his shots. So mostly it's Bosco opening that up for SSG, but I say mostly when it comes to SSG's performance, also partially when it comes to DZ's. Really, it's those 3 people for getting exposed to Bosco. Now, why are they exposed to Bosco? It's because of the other pressure that's being applied by the rest of SSG. So you can't discount the team contribution here for SSG, that's for sure. But, I mean, and it had to have been Skies, too. 17 kills. The first death in the last round. It had to have been Skies. We'll see if DZ can put up a draw here. But there's no chance of them getting 3 points. Again, if this turns out to be a draw, then both of these teams, I think, will stay in the same position. Just go up 1 point. And, I mean, they're right next to each other in terms of points. So they'll both just be pushed up 1 and still be in the exact spot.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yes, well said. I think I know that reference. I don't remember it though.
If you're worried as a Dark Zero fan, though, keep in mind that Rec is going to play in the final matchup of the day against TSM. TSM have looked unbeatable, but there are still 3 points that Rec could be able to grab, which would put you, depending on the way that the tiebreaker goes down, would put Rec in either the same position as Dark Zero, but it might even give them the lead. So things would go from bad to worse in the standings for Dark Zero, just as they go from bad to worse in this round. But there is some salvation. Eclipse is being guided by Hot and Cold on this cardiac sensor down below. It gets tossed up, the C4 does, but they'll wait until somebody walks over it. Eclipse, with his Mr. Fantastic arms, is able to grab it back down, as Bosco had traded some of his HP earlier on to take out Hyper. This is a kitchen defense, and there goes an EMP to try to take out some of the utility. Gunfire exchange from Eclipse towards Service, as there's some bucking going on above, and it's Rampy just opening up pretty small holes down into the site. He's not trying to tear away all of the roof for Dark Zero, but at least enough of it to inflict some pain if they go to rotate.
Oh, there's the C4 from Houghton, though, and now goes Rampy. So suddenly, this is very drawable for DZ. Only a minute for SSG to use this vertical control to their advantage, but it's well established. Possibly more C4. Yeah, there's Eclipse's C4 in hand and ready to be used off of the call from Hot and Cold. You got to be careful of the tracers coming in from service entrance as well, though. There's a lot of points of exposure here for DZ, and they're all just clumped up in the site, which makes this a very dangerous round. It's only Skies outside, really. Possibly one other. C4 goes under the bed, and it misses. That's huge. But Houghton gets Fultz as he rotates away from the C4. Also huge. DZ now in a really solid spot to lock this out in the last 30 seconds.
It depends on how much HP Mint has, as Bosco will choke on those toxic fumes when they get tossed down, should he go from that angle. This cardiac sensor still putting in work as SSG looks to jump in through the kitchen window. Pushing up into courtyard is Skies. He sees one of members of SSG, but can't connect onto it. It's the Nomad, unable to get Thinking Nade in time for him to take out Mint, but the trade is still coming on in. Lots of marks, but you have to be very wary if you're SSG. C4 goes out. It doesn't go anywhere. Plant going down, and it goes off quite successfully. No, it doesn't. Bosco's there with 2, and it looks like he gets the 3rd. A huge play from him, as Canadian was so close to getting that diffuser down before falling off. Bosco cleans up an absolutely astonishing round, and 7-5 for Space Station, and 3 big points for them on their climb to the top of NA's standings.
Bosco just, what was that, a 4K? Bosco just dropped the whole round on his shoulders. He not only killed everyone to cover the plant, but he shot the C4 mid-air, guys. That C4 was going to win the round. It was going to end the round, draw for Dark Zero, 1 point each team. And he saved the round by shooting in midair and then killing three people, I want to say 2 people at the minimum, right after, at least 3 in quick succession, all in that same pocket of time. And I just can't help but laugh a little bit because Bosco handed around the skies in the first half and then single-handedly secured 3 points in the final round when it mattered most. And I guess he was just being generous at the very beginning.
Bosco leading the way for his team, but Skies ending up with 18 kills. There isn't really much more you could have done if you're Skies to pull away from the rest of the pack and lead your team to victory. But as we've talked about many, many times, Rainbow Six Siege is not an individual player's game. It is a team game. And while Dark Zero looked like a great team, they ended up faltering in the home stretch. And it was an attacker-favored coastline. Attackers won 9 of the 12 rounds. And Dark Zero just dropped one more defense than SSG did. That's really what it boiled down to. Unfortunate for them. Not exactly where you want to be if you're Dark Zero. They've still only received 1 point in the last 4 matches. Through this split, they have 1 point out of a possible 9. It has not been exactly the start that they wanted to the second half of the split for a team that is usually known for being quite strong online. But if you're Dark Zero, you've done well at the last 2 lands. Maybe you're now a LAN team. I would take that over an online team any day of the week. But our interview is ready for Space Station. We'll bring it up for you. Hello, Justin. How are you doing today? Congratulations on your victory.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going really well, man. Let's talk through Coastline a little bit here. It's a very frag-oriented map. Were you in any way, shape, or form frightened to go up on that map against a team like DZ?
No, not really. I think mostly because they are really known for being good in online best of ones when you have a long time to prepare. So this time we just wanted to surprise them with something that we knew that they probably wouldn't prepare the last couple of weeks. Teams have banned it first on them. So we were like, let's just take it to them, like their best map, and see if we can take them on it.
One of the operators that we've seen in 2 of your last 3 matches that showed up were Mira. Now, Mira has not been getting the same ban rate among certain teams as she used to. You think that's just a byproduct of where we're at with the meta, or do you think there's another reason for it?
I think it's because there's a lot of other things that need to take your ban over her. I think she's still insanely strong with the vision that she can give you, but I think it's kind of falling to the wayside for other things like vision or shields or stuff along that line.
One of the things that we picked up on was that the Maestro ban came out, and I want to know if this was your strategy behind it. Kix had speculated that the Maestro ban came out just because there's so much utility that can get soaked up now if you leave a Wamai, a Jaeger, a Maestro, and an Echo on the board. You think that's something that's hindered your team, given the fact with how strong Fultz is on Maestro and how well your team tends to do playing around that Maestro play of his?
No, I think that's really smart of Kix to pick up on, because I 100% agree. Between the combination of those, you can run into a lot of trouble. I personally, we just banned it because Hot and Cold's really good on it. I'll just give him a shout out. We wanted to take that away from him and make him play something different.
When you were attacking up against Dark Zero, one of the things that we pointed out was that they lacked an awful lot of that utility soak. They weren't running a Wamai, they weren't running a Goyo, they weren't running a Castle, etc. Did that surprise you with where we are right now and with the way that the game is tending to be played by a lot of teams?
Not specifically on Coastline. Just because of the way it plays. You can stack a bunch of shields and stuff in, say, delivery or whatever, but, if they take a buff, they're just going to clear it, and, some of them they can even shoot. So, not too much on this map would I say it matters. You can see, the other day with G2, being able to just, slide through the map and do whatever they wanted with, all the fragging power that they have. This map's just, so particularly different than everything else in the map pool.
Now, the last question for you that I'm going to ask, and don't take this the wrong way, but after you cleaned house at the 6 Invitational and won the whole darn thing, you have required 36 of all 36 rounds that have been played so far online. Is there some struggling? Is there a championship hangover, or do you think that's just how close North America is?
I think it's our struggles online. Personally, I think we still don't play as good as we do on LAN online, but I think that we're just like so good as a team right now that we're able to come over some of it. The first couple, I really believe the first 3 rounds should have gone our way. We should have started that game 3-0, but like we got the 2 picks we got were just like straight off of VOD info. We got 2 picks like instantly off the bat. Still lost that round. Like I think we sometimes we still struggle with like some of the late round calls and some of like you can get away with stuff online that you can't really at LAN, and that kind of punishes our play style. And so I think that's why like it's so close for us.
Well, as always, Justin, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. I don't care what circumstances it's in. You look
too,
great.
buddy.
I hope you're doing great. Anything to say at the end of this interview before we give it back to Kix and I to show up the MVP on the screen?
Yeah, everyone that's here watching, I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting Rainbow Six, no matter what team that you follow. Thank you for being here. And last thing I want to add to that is make sure you're staying safe. Stay inside.
It's great advice under any circumstances, but especially under these. Always a pleasure, Justin. Good luck in your match on Wednesday.
All right, thanks.
Well, that's I'm genuinely delighted whenever he shows up. I'm like, I don't know. I like Lycan. He's a nice guy. I don't care what team he's on, but he's obviously going to be very proud of the MVP, Bosco. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, absolutely incredible performance today.
The obvious MVP for that last round clutch, that was really incredible. There were so many we didn't get to see obviously it from the first person, but you know exactly what happens if you've played this game before. I mean, shooting C4s midair, covering for 3 people to allow for a plan. I mean, the whole shebang, really. Bosco deserving that one, despite that round he had with Skies in the first half. And those 3 points, they're all that matters.
Well, we are halfway through our 10th Playday here, but up next, we've got Evil Geniuses and Luminosity, 2 teams that desperately need some points towards the bottom of the standings. Who's going to come out on top? First, a short break, and then we'll get into the action as Pro League continues.
Dart loaded. Defender has left the area. Swapping map! Swapping map! Attackers drop the bomb to... the defuse.
It's time for the second half of North American Pro League here on Playday number 10. My name's Intero. I'm joined by Kickstar. Thanks for hanging out with us. We made it through 2 of our 4 matches today, and while we just finished off with 2 teams atop the standings, we're now going to go to 2 teams that are on the opposite end towards the bottom, with Luminosity and EG in our 3rd matchup set to begin in just a few minutes.
Yeah, so these teams, as you stated, Parker, have not had the best season overall. It's been a pretty rough one for both of them. They sit right next to each other, both with 6 points right now, actually. So this is an opportunity for one of them to prove themselves superior to the others and break away from that tie. Now, if they do actually win this, it's going to depend on which team takes it, but they'll both tie with points up to E United, who has 9. So whoever wins will have the same amount of points as E United, and then it'll come down to the head-to-head to see who goes where. We're going to go through the rosters, starting with Luminosity, Doodle, Hyena, Rexen, Factor, and Jarvis. And again, their season has been not ideal, really. Their recent performance has been actually pretty good, though, as in the last 2 matches, they've played 2 of the toughest teams in North America. In fact, they played number 1 and number 2 in SSG and TSM, and they brought both of those teams all the way to the last round before inevitably losing to them. So 7-5, 7-5 against SSG and TSM, that's not bad, even if you're losing.
It's the North American ENTS, or the North American Sisu, where they lost every match 7-5, or 5-7, I guess, technically, for almost half of a season. And I mean, close doesn't really count, because you're not picking up any points. You need to be able to at least draw even. So while Luminosity have maybe not performed up to expectations, I think most of us can agree that neither have their opponents. Evil Geniuses, long considered to be one of the most successful and storied teams inside of all of Rainbow Six, they are in a bit of a rebuilding phase, still led by their veteran core of NVK Young and Necrox, but Mo and Spades coming onto this roster has given them a bit more youthful presence. Now, this is not the Evil Geniuses roster that we saw in Raleigh less than a year ago. It wasn't even the Evil Geniuses roster that we saw a couple months ago, or even later than that in the fall of 2019. So they've made a couple key roster changes. Canadian is off the team, Geo is off the team, Gotcha is off the team. But as Mo and Spades settle in, there is still much potential here for this team. Unfortunately for them, it has been a rough half of this split. Now, they drew Tempo Storm, a team that was at the bottom of the standings. In fact, the only team that was sitting with them in the standings at the very bottom at the start of Playday number 8, and then couldn't gain any ground over Reciprocity in their matchup last week. They've had a rough go of it, to say the least, and they've got Dark Zero next week. So in order for them to begin to climb up the standings and sort of dig themselves out of the position that they're in, Luminosity is going to be one of their easier matchups just in terms of the opponents they have over the next remaining 5 Playdays in this season.
Expected easier, but we'll see. I mean, they've been surprising people a lot. We're going to go through the ban phase now. We're going to find out who's playing where. It looks like, well, Coastline's still in. We've had that before today. Are we going to have a repeat? The answer is yes, it seems. Okay. Interesting. Coastline making it through. So if we take a look at this, that's strange that Evil Geniuses decided to ban Villa over Coastline. Coastline is EG's most banned map. In fact, if we look at the record, neither of these teams have played Coastline in the period of January this year to where we are now. So it's been a while since either of these teams have touched this map. It is the most banned map for Coastline, a close second being Villa, although I guess they're tied right now after this ban phase. But yeah, just kind of surprising to see it go through. And we will have a repeat from our last match today.
So interesting to see Coastline twice, but it is a frag-heavy map, so I imagine that there will be fireworks, just as there were in the DZ SSG match. I imagine the same will happen against LG and EG. Now, for those of you that are voting, how is this going to shake out? It's surprisingly close, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, the mighty have fallen. EG historically would clean up when it comes to community votes. Not the case here against Luminosity, as it's 50 for EG, 41 for LG. That is a squeaker between these 2 teams.
Yeah, definitely a very surprising vote there, and that is just how close it is. But I understand it. LG hasn't really been doing much recently, but they've been coming close to doing a lot, whereas EG has been drawing a lot of people recently. So Let's load into it. Luminosity will be starting on attack. Evil Geniuses will be starting on defense. Once again, this is Coastline, map we just saw played. So, ban phase starting out. Well, we've got no real info to draw on because, again, neither of these teams have played this map recently. In the last couple months, just no one touching this map that's on this that's in this match. So, a little bit of it's gonna be different, I guess. Starting off with a Capitao ban. We saw how powerful Capitao was in the last match where DZ went head-to-head with SSG. Capitao as an operator was very powerful and allowed for a few very unique plays that no other operator allows for. So
frankly, I was a little surprised that Capitao actually didn't get banned in the last matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the stats, and there was one Capitao ban in recent history for both of them, but it wasn't. I was surprised that he made it through too. I was also surprised that Dokkaebi made it through because it was such a prevalent operator in, I think it was DZ's lineup on attack. And well, here, Dokkaebi's gone. So Valkyrie will follow, and you could expect this to be a Mira, Echo, or a Maestro, probably.
See, we just got the wrong page of the script. That was it. Valkyrie was banned here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. So everyone's playing into the script. It's all working, going according to plan. Thank you, Stuart, the author.
He's not going to want that credit or responsibility.
He actually labeled, and then you signed the script, right?
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Kitchen service entrance for Evil Geniuses for the first defense here. No Mira being brought. It'll be 6-picked into a Vigil, so it looks like they're going to be leaning heavily on the roam.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Apologies, I was just adjusting my headphones. One of the things that casting from home, one of the biggest things that I've noticed in terms of a change is just like overall comfort, like having to juggle my own mic, my own headphones, like my own feed and stuff like that is overwhelming.
It's
not easily done for me anymore.
The big thing is that you can't like use hand signals and stuff. So all the pacing is a little bit different. It's like normally when you're casting with your partner, then you use certain hand signals to try and say, okay, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want you to take this or what have you, and you just that doesn't happen anymore. It's very different.
Yeah, we make many erratic hand gestures at each other. Let me be honest with you.
Okay, all right.
What? I was talking like waving, like arm flailing, waving, arm waving, inflatable arm flailing tube men.
We do
wacky waving, whatever they're called from.
Yeah, we do that all the time. Actually, I forgot. We do that all the time.
Like spaghetti arms.
Yeah, do a lot of spaghetti arms. Spaghetti arms.
Don't let me do another Zoidberg impression though. I'm.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Mine was better. All right, first round here between LG and EG, and they'll pick up the Vigil right away of spades. As it's a stack up. It's a defensive kitchen, but the stack up from the defenders right now is over towards 90.
And yeah, it's what we expected. It's the roam upstairs from Evil Geniuses. They're doing their best to delay this attack for LG. And it's actually working. I mean, no picks for LG as of yet. The aggressive push into VIP, though, will work, though, for Modiga, who gets one kill, looking for the second, knows there's an enemy there. And he misses his shots. Doodle does not. LG take the lead in terms of getting one kill. Sorry, they don't take the lead. There was actually 2 kills already stacked up for EG. There was an engagement elsewhere. And, well, yeah, EG, comfortable with that. Mo is obviously dead, but he did his job. And while LG has a decent chunk of time left, they haven't even controlled, or haven't established control, rather, of the top 4. So that time is going to be put to use on that endeavor. And then at that point, you don't really have enough manpower to fully utilize it.
This is a great, that's a great drone that Jarvis has right now onto the Mozzie, but I don't know if anybody's going to be able to do much with NVK now emerging, possibly pushing over towards the white stairs as he's a little apprehensive of somebody being in that general area. There isn't anybody there. Jarvis will sit at the double doors, one of the more infamous spots that Jarvis has been at before are the Lamborghini doorway, Michael, and Jarvis will now peel off. This was the spot that NVK was looking at earlier on. He moves towards the main lobby desk and gets gunned down by Doodle, which is going to allow Rexon to get droned on in, but there's somebody sitting inside of Courtyard. It's the Vigil, which will require Rexon to face check. As there goes the cloak, Rexon loses the opportunity against Spades, though it presented itself. He was just a little bit too slow. Rexon's not accustomed to losing those, and with it, the Vigil is just out of there as quickly as he can. The best disappearing act you could imagine. Here's something that's a little interesting about the rest of this matchup is that Hibana will be unbanned and we'll see her used right on the bathroom wall. Pressure being established, but it's a swing from Young and a cross held by EG as LG cannot gain any ground past the main lobby, and Evil Geniuses will be successful in the very first round.
So it all started upstairs where Evil Geniuses' roam was very successful. LG unable to get a real grasp on that top floor. And after that, the round was over. Pretty much round done. I mean, Hibana's going to make a difference when it comes to an execution on the main lobby, but really, when you don't have vertical control over a kitchen and you're at the man disadvantage, the odds of you taking that round are slim to none. I mean, we've seen miracle plays in situations like that where the attack will still take that round, but they are far and few between. And the lockout there for EG was as standard as it comes and as routine as it comes. All they had to do is wait it out. All thanks, again, to that roam upstairs. Establishing the lead early and making it so that the manpower was so low, there was no way LG was going to be able to fully utilize that top floor control. Good job to EG. Good start to that round. To go to double bar for the next bomb site.
There's great patience as well showed from Evil Geniuses. They really did not give up a single thing in their fight against LG, at least not more than they needed to. You know, we saw the Vigil of Spades peak when required after he got droned out. He knew the jig was up at that point, and he peaked at the right time against Rexon. And like I said, that's very uncharacteristic of Rexon to lose that. He's usually somebody who's able to do an immense amount of damage, but was very quiet in that very first round. In fact, the only person who really moved the needle at all for Luminosity is Doodle, as you can see. The rest are not on the scoreboard just yet. Spawn peek from Spades, it'll go out over the heads of a member of LG, but there's no damage that's done. He's just going to wait for now. Nobody's giving up a single thing. This is a tense spot for him to be in, as he can get pushed out very easily, especially knowing that there's a Lion on the board. Well, he can be stuck. Though the one thing with Vigil is that Vigil's ability, remember, got changed recently, so that when Lion's ability goes off, his EE1D, as long as Vigil's cloak is active, he can actually move freely while the EE1D is in effect, and Vigil will not be spotted.
Rexon and Doodle trying to challenge VIP Hall of Fame. A little bit of damage done to Spades, but not very much, as he had tussled over here. VIP established is clear. That'll be a push into Hall of Fame. They'll have to start working on Master next, where there appear to be 2 roamers for Evil Geniuses, though I'm not sure. Looks about like there's 2. Possibly just the one. Nope, there's the 2. It's a double setup from Modiga and Spades. Rexon and Doodle have to address this. It's going to take them a long time thanks to the Vigil. They'll spot the Jaeger, at least on the left side of that doorway, into Projector. Free Fire should come out there at some point. Vigil using his ability to great effect, he gets in a more aggressive angle, and he might be able to punish someone who peeks the Jaeger. It might be a bait and switch strategy for Evil Geniuses. We'll see if it works out for them. It's gonna get harder as Rexon opens up the VIP wall, though. And it looks like they'll actually just both fall back.
EG is just waiting very patiently inside of VIP, and there goes one of the EE1Ds of Hyena. There's a mark over by the top of luggage, and Jarvis isn't keen to follow up on it. He'll drop instead to Courtyard and maybe catch somebody, but he can't land the shots onto Mo. Lots of damage done, but the Jaeger's carbine will win out. Factor finds Spades, so both teams will lose a single member right back to a 4v4. Time at the moment favoring the defenders, as you still don't have full control above. NVK will creep up, waiting to catch the buck. Great trigger discipline. He knows that there's somebody up there, and he'll make the call. Factor is effectively a dead man walking, as there goes the wall, and he backs up. Still greater patience from NVK, and he finally capitalizes on it in order to take Factor out. Diffuser dropped, and the Mozzie will need to just scoot off as best as he can. Once again, re-engaging. Rexon will find Necrox. The Hibana and Doodle above will fight up against NVK, but Rexon picks up 2 kills for his trouble, 1 from Hyena, and Mo, involved in that earlier skirmish and hurt from it, will now be stopped for but a moment. He's got pings inside of Cool Vibes, as well as Sunrise. He can't do anything for Hyena, who's positioned inside of Sunrise, as there's a crossfire onto Cool Vibes. There's a hectic end to that round, but LG very smartly moving and changing up their strategy, opting to push from Sunrise after they abandoned control above, and they will take the round with it.
Interesting round there for sure. The take upstairs for LG actually was stopped pretty well by MVK. The real kicker there is that LG didn't have enough flank watch and they weren't thorough enough at clearing the top floor. One or the other was the case. MVK, it's possible, had not at any point actually left the top floor, which is much more likely, in fact. As a Vigil, he's capable of maneuvering like that. But the big thing that I want to stress here, or not as a Vigil, last round he was a Mozzie, but anyway, the thing that I want to stress here is the fact that despite EG retaking upstairs, and despite MVK's ability to get that kill on the Buck and alleviate that top 4 pressure, the retake, well, not the retake from LG, I guess, the reassertion of dominance on the top 4 was so violent that Evil Genius has lost too many men and too much control that the round was basically over at that point. So EG gambled it all on retaking upstairs. They lost a lot in that endeavor, and, well, the gamble didn't pay out. So, here we are, 1-1. Bit of a back and forth. Double bar not going to be attempted again just yet by Evil Geniuses. They will go to Billiards instead. That's probably the right decision after a loss like that to try and figure something new out. I'm curious, was that... It must have been. That's a Goyo shield by Young. Deep in the bar of Cocktail. Now that's dangerous because by the A bomb, if you put that yeah, there you go. If you put that shield in that corner and it actually gets detonated by an attacker, any kind of thing, it could be Hibana opens the wall to its left and then suddenly it gets lifelined while Young is playing next to it. Well, then you're probably gonna die. There's not a lot of places to run to, so it's a very dangerous use of a shield there. I would have expected it to be just a regular shield, but they didn't bring any of those.
The big fragging map, we've talked about utility soak in the SSG DZ matchup, but AG obviously going for something a little bit more ordinary. It might not be for Coastline. As Lycan had pointed out, on a map like Coastline, you don't necessarily need to bring a lot of operators that can chew through or can eat up utility, as the attackers will bring plenty to chew through it. But with a Hibana on the board, you need to make sure that those projectiles are going somewhere. And in this case, you've got Goyo shields. You're going to be dealing with pests, so you're going to be at least starved for information. You've got the Maestro cameras, and you've got the ADSs to contend with as well. EG don't seem too keen on really making that many changes in terms of what they bring to the table. And I mean, that last round wasn't really that close, but for EG, you don't really have to blow anything wide open just yet because it hasn't been failing, you know, as some teams would see and then be prompted to switch something out. So, anywho, we're halfway through the round, and the stack up from EG is largely off-site. We can see that it's mostly an Eastern defense. There's going to be an awful lot of people playing inside of VIP over towards 90, and that will leave the bomb site, which is Hookah, not undefended, but very vulnerable to a quick push, providing EG isn't prepared for it.
Sparks coming out, the nade going to Vase. Let's see if it lands. And nope, it'll be caught by an ADS. So good placement there in the prep phase from Odiga to save one of his teammates from an utter demise. The rush from Vigil will be caught, but lost by Factor. How does NVK win that engagement? The peek downstairs going the way of Evil Geniuses as well. And suddenly, Luminosity find themselves 2 men down. They've done a lot of damage. This is still very winnable. Downstairs control is completely lost, though, for LG, and they'll have to deal with this on a vertical, or rather, a horizontal plane. Rexon gets spades, long angle there. Suddenly, control of Hookah seems well established for the attacking team. Gonna have to turn this into a plant, though, and they haven't gotten control of blue stairs, which is not ideal in a situation like this, let alone the downstairs control that the Evil Geniuses still have. Rexon trying to alleviate that, but it's not going to happen. The long angle denying it. There's not enough time for this kind of play. Blue stairs does not work for Jarvis. In fact, NVK wins that one out, but it doesn't matter. Rexon alone in a corner, trying his best to make something happen, and nothing will. Evil Geniuses win the round, a great hold of downstairs.
That play by NVK is just utter robbery, and I have no idea how you lose that if you're the Buck. I was lost for words at that one. And Factor, I mean, not expecting somebody to be that close, but you gotta imagine that he's kicking himself over that. Two members of LG just lost their 50-50s right at the start of that execute. You know, you had the EE1D go, the Vigil decides to go for broke. You've got two members of Evil Geniuses who decide to reposition, and they run right into the waiting arms of members of EG. You know, you've got the Vigil for one, and you got the Jaeger of Mo for the other. Really unlucky. And honestly, a lot of it doesn't really come down to luck. There's not really a ton of luck in Rainbow Six, but that was really just a lack of luck on LG's side for those first two opening picks. What happened after that was more calculated from LG and from EG, but those first two picks were just, oh my.
Yeah, I mean, you said it well. It came down to the 50-50s, and that, I guess it's kind of par for the course for some things in Siege. And the really big thing to note there is that LG didn't have enough manpower invested downstairs to actually alleviate that. So the reason why you go in pairs or in trios, if you can, in Siege is because if you lose your 50-50, you got a teammate right next to you, he's going to refrag you. So no opportunity for that for LG downstairs, and EG snowball. Now, we're going to kitchen. This is going to be an interesting one. We're noting that we haven't really made a return to that double bar. Clearly, Evil Geniuses don't want to go there anytime soon. They might if they win this round, who knows? Maybe we'll get the upset penthouse pick. But we didn't get it last match. I was kind of hoping we would. It's always interesting to see.
I'm trying to think back to the last time we saw it. I think it was Rec who ran it. I think.
Maybe.
I honestly I can't remember. It's one of those stats where it's just like I wish I had it on hand, but it's so absurdly unlikely. It's such a hard to defend site.
It really is, yeah. And Rec hasn't played Coastline in the last 2 months or so I guess not for them.
NVK took a little bit of damage at the start to what appeared to be a pre-fire from Doodle as he was hunting down the Mozzie through Blue Bar and then through Sunrise as well. You need to be able to take the areas surrounding Kitchen before you can really do much else. That also includes taking above it, which is why Factor is likely going to want to head towards VIP. Lion on Repel of Hyena as he's waiting for the call, but he's just a second and a half too late onto the praying member of Evil Geniuses, who could have been very easily punished as he got too close to that barricade. But LG have now fallen off, and they are all full rotating. Jarvis will get the opening pick of the round halfway through onto NVK, finished off the Mozzie that had been damaged earlier on by Doodle. That's what LG needs to be able to stay in this one, because as we saw in the DZ SSG match, you need to be able to establish an early lead because the tide can turn against you very quickly.
Braxton knows it seems to know he's got somebody pinned in that corner, and it looks like it's going to be a Service Entrance rush, and yes, indeed it is. After the EE1D detonates, the rush in from both sides. Erickson gets one on the entry, looking for the second. He's got to shut down Nutcrox, who's doing a great job of holding onto the site with those gas canisters. Flash will full flash, and there's the kill from Doodle. That's good teamwork from LG. Spades and Mo now need to retake their own bomb site. From Kitchen is Spades, and he's gone. Now just Mo from the bathroom. Free to find, though, and a crossfire to work with. Not easily workable, gets one, but can't get any more. LG will take the round off of a well-coordinated and well-timed execution.
There's a perfect cross established by LG there, and one of the things that I think has changed so much in Rainbow Six Siege, and you and I actually spoke about this off broadcast prior to us getting underway, was long gone are the days of a single person carrying the entire team on their back, because the top level teams are so disciplined, they're so patient, and they can trade out so well. Even these two teams, both of whom occupy the lower portion of the NA standings, are still perfectly capable of trading effectively. And we saw it in the E United versus Tempo Storm match as well. The bar in terms of skill of these players has consistently risen to the point now where, while there were only a couple teams who could trade effectively back in 2017, 2018, we're now looking at it being a standard for almost every single team. And LG is hard pressed to throw the end of that round away, even though it's a 1v3. On a map like Coastline, you're often confined when you try to retake the site. Mo was inside a bathroom. He had to be wary about somebody possibly playing above him. When he emerges from bathroom, he's got to look to service on the right. He's got to look into the nooks and crannies on the left. And he's got to be wary of somebody playing deeper inside of kitchen. And LG were almost impossible for them to throw that away. And they had it under lock. Doesn't matter if there's utility left. All you need are 2 guns to watch that, and there's no way that Mo, as talented as he is going to make it out alive. Ultimately, I really like the call that LG made. They completely rotated around. This is the second successful attacking round that LG has pulled off because somebody about midway through the round made the call to completely fall off of the positions they were holding and opt to go for a different strategy. And it's worked both times. EG could not adapt to it.
We'll see what EG does in this round. It's a double bar defense, so they have gone back here. We'll see if they can change what happened last time. So far, it looks like just some skirmishing over by Kitchen. LG needs to clear out the roamers over here so that they don't have to deal with the retake from Kitchen later on. That's a really ill-advised peek from Spades. He will go down to Rexon upstairs. Rexon is happy that he has just gotten gifted, I would say, a kill. And LG has established the lead once again. They're getting that early pressure, and Evil Geniuses are going to be feeling that quite substantially. Well, going after that, which is not good for EG, doesn't bode well. Young will get a little bit of damage. E1D to possibly secure the kill, but it won't happen. Young, though, won't be winning many gunfights. He's probably got a TCSG 12, which is good for him considering his low HP, because if he can get one hit into somebody before he dies, then he'll at least contribute in terms of damage done.
And if it's not too long range, that TCSG, it does an extraordinary amount of damage. It's going to chunk about, 40, 50, 60 points of HP away, depending on where you hit and how far away you are, like we said. Jarvis is able to capitalize off of NVK being read like a book upstairs in VIP, and Hyena knows that he had a member of EG trapped inside of Courtyard as well. Rexon finds Mo, and EG are now trailing very badly. Necrox with the Alda in hand is capable of engaging a lot of targets and dealing tons and tons of damage, but he's now all on his own. A flawless round in the works for Luminosity as Young is finished off, leaving Necrox against every single member of LG. They're not going to take anything for granted, but a flawless round is now squandered as Rexon falls. He has his back turned, watching a separate angle, but Hyena's there to have his teammates back and say goodbye to Necrox and say goodbye to any possible lead that EG had, as LG now has their very first lead of the game, up 3-2.
Solid attack round there from Luminosity, but more just, I don't know what exactly was happening for EG on the roam over by Master, but it wasn't the focus for LG. LG's focus was on Billiards and Office, as expected with a double bar defense. If they have Billiards Office, they can then proceed to execute from Office while covering from above. And with that coverage from above, LG managed to push in and, get enough control to start a plant. They didn't actually need it in the end, but at least start planting that diffuser. I have to say I like the way that LG handled that to some extent, because what they did is they put Jarvis on 90 instead of clearing out the entirety of the top floor. They put Jarvis on 90, controlled above the bomb site, then focused all their efforts on hitting the actual, site from the Office. That means that they're not focusing all of their resources on clearing the whole top floor. They just recognize that there is someone upstairs, and if they control 90, then they control that player upstairs' ability to influence the take, because he's going to be trapped VIP or in Projector or Master or wherever he happens to be. In that last round, it was VIP, it was MBK, and it would have also had been Spades had Spades not died, in the first, 30 seconds of the round. So I like the read there for LG, the way that they set up to deal with those roamers and then execute onto the site. Some teams will waste a lot of time clearing out the whole top floor. I say waste. Some teams will use a lot of time Not so for LG. They tried to make it as efficient as possible, and it worked.
I like that LG as well hasn't really swapped anything up. They found a composition that's working. It's a very applicable composition. You've got tons of soft destruction as is needed, and if you can manage to outsmart or thwart the Vigil, the Mozzie, etc., then the Lion can become even stronger. And right now with EG's changes, they're designed to slow down LG. I mean, EU1D might not be the most effective if you're running face first into a castle barricade, and when you couple castle alongside the Maestro and the Wamai and the Jaeger, you've got 5 operators that are literally designed to just tear your utility usage apart. And that is going to work very well for EG on paper, but as we say time and time again, these matches aren't played on paper at all. It seems to be a very deep and fortified setup for EG, as they are not holding much map control at all. They have essentially entombed themselves, into the back of both bomb sites, as this is the very final crack at it for EG, with Coastline being a largely attacker-sided affair so far today. We'll see if EG can break that streak by managing to tie it up.
He just placed a claymore on cocktail, not cocktail glasses, but shot glasses. That is some awesome siege stuff to see. Necrox will be downed on the floor. That's your Maestro. It means the Evil Eyes will not be able to influence this round in terms of zapping. Push in from Rexon, helped by the Lion E1D. He'll get 1. Finish off the down player. There's still 1 in Billiards, though he doesn't seem to know. Factor's going to contribute as well. Factor gets a 2nd from Repel. It's all on Spades now from Blue Stairs, and he has to get more than just that 1. Do some damage to Rexon to be able to win that gunfight, but he won't be presented with an even one, as the angle's in for Rexon, not for Spades. Luminosity taking another round, and it's looking a little bit like an absolute roll here in this first half.
EG just didn't have an answer for how quickly LG was able to make their plays after establishing some semblance of control. I get it. EG was able to thrive well off of their roam at the start of this matchup, and then eventually LG pivoted, and we're doing a much better job at being able to determine the location of EG's players off-site. So what does EG do? They decide to play a little bit more restrained. They play a little bit closer into the site. They don't hold the same level of map control, but by doing so, they trade that map control for operators who excel at just simply soaking up the utility that the attackers bring, so that by the time LG is ready to execute, they're largely utility starved. And it's not a bad idea on paper, but on a map like Coastline, it's super frag heavy. There's so many angles from below and from above that you can pressure teams on that no amount of magnets or Goyo shields are really going to do much if you've got a Buck tearing through the floor, or you've got a Zofia destroying parts of your floor or your ceiling. So I understand what EG was going for. It just ultimately didn't work out for them well at all. And I'd imagine that the frustration from EG is setting in at this point, as it did in the E-United tempo match, with E-United just seemingly not able to really get much going. Right now, Luminosity has a lot of momentum. Rexon in particular is just absolutely pummeling EG almost by himself. If you look at his scoreline, he's got 2 fewer kills than the rest of the team combined. That's mighty impressive, and he had a slow start in those first 2 rounds as well. So as these teams swap over, you can see that even though there's a Wamai being brought and as well a Jaeger, there's lots of deployable shields, so plenty of soaking happening here from LG as well.
Don't get to see a Thatcher all that often, but this match he was not banned. And a powerful force for sure. Kitchen defense to start for Luminosity. No Goyo being brought. Well, my Jaeger combo seems to be the most prevalent these days. We've noticed that in the last matches and in this one. Well, my Jaeger is seemingly the play. Right now on the attack, that's probably why you see not only a Thatcher, but both an Ashe and a Zofia, as well as a Buck. You have to have all that stock destruction, because you can expect half, if not more of it, to just completely disappear to a Wamai or a Jaeger.
We've seen actually a ton of Ashe play today, even on Villa as well. Ashe has seen quite a lot of usage, and we expected her on Coastline. Oh no. This is a perfect opportunity for Spades, but no, he can't beat out Jarvis, who's now once again lined up for a second kill. And that carbine it does so much damage. 2 kills for Jarvis inside of Sunrise, but he doesn't look behind him, and Young is there, a third member of EG to head through Mudroom. Finds LG, and well, with it, back to a 3v3. But what came with it? Well, about a minute and a half off the clock. LG can still continue to hold on, and Sunrise is just on the periphery. It's not an actual part of the bomb site, so you don't need to worry too much.
Evil Geniuses have made decent progress, though. It did cost them. And it's going to be another one of those little stall outs that we've been seeing periodically here. LG is completely off-site. I think they might, they've got Factor in sight. They might have control of Diffuser or something along those lines, because they're playing so distant here. Gas is not going to deter the Thatcher of Young, who will get the kill there, his second in the round. The retake in from Doodle. He jumps outside and makes it into sight to deny any kind of control. NVK, though, puts this into a 1-on-2. NVK's location known, the mark on the other attacker. Doodle knows where his opponents are, but he's not landing his shots, and that's what matters. The bars are making this real difficult, and Young will get yet another kill. I believe his third for the round. Evil Geniuses entering into Kitchen. A lot of casualties incurred on that entry, but really, I mean, Young stepping up big there.
And Young has been somebody who's received an awful lot of criticism this season for having really lackluster stats. You know, he is a player that is often given extremely thankless roles. He's on hard breach duty more often than not. On defense, he's usually playing your hard-baked anchor, your smoke plays, etc. And is truly, he kind of goes back and forth between being an extremely well-rated player and then one of the most underrated players. It finds that there's the cycle that Young goes through. One of the, I think the saddest parts of EG, just from a historical perspective, is, you know, this is a team that, while we've had a couple teams and so many teams fall from grace over the last little while, not just become worse teams, shadows of themselves, but fallen quite far, is that, I guess you could say vets like NVK and Necrox and Young, their stats this season have been among the worst that they ever have in their career. And it's, I don't know, just from a casting perspective, I don't know if you'll agree with me on this. It's not even bias. It's kind of sad to see players that are used to being so far at the peak kind of just lose the plot, I guess, and start to really suffer.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I mean, it's about what I think we've all been kind of echoing the same sentiment for, I don't know, about a year now? Maybe a little bit less. No, it's not been that long. Maybe 8 months? It's been a while. I mean, there's a certain point where it becomes kind of sad, and it's not really I think a reflection of the players, rather whatever formula that they happen to be employing at the time, because we all know that they've still got the capacity and the capability. It's just whatever they're doing internally doesn't seem to be working as well as it ought to, or as well as it had in the past. And yeah, no, it's definitely pulls on the heartstrings. I mean, especially for a lot of people who have been longtime fans. Necrox will trade himself out preemptively. As Hyena gets him down, Mo Digga will get Jarvis, who had tried to rotate up the blue stairs, and some very early engagements happening here for both of these teams. Evil Geniuses coming out on top.
It's another kitchen defense for LG, as they seem to want to stick to what they felt worked last time. It's another similar lineup as well for LG. They didn't change much on attack, and well, they're not really doing anything that different on defense either. Obviously, where they roam is going to be entirely different. And there's Hyena to come on in to the party. He's on white stairs. He'll head down. Plenty of marks going on inside of the site. Young getting the plant off. One mark, and there's the Alda coming in, tearing through! Factor for 3 big kills, and he'll get the diffuser as well. Beautifully played. And Alda just finding every member of EG, and they're all cannon fodder. 5-3 for Luminosity.
Really unfortunate to see there that first kill of the 3 from Factor over by kitchen window, not covering for the cross, not covering his teammates. I'm guessing he was attempting to hold on to the kitchen doorway and try to deny a flank. But if he had been trying to deny a flank, then the last thing he should have done would be push into Factor's line of sight. Happens. sometimes, but that is certainly a round that could have easily had been won by Evil Geniuses, handed to Luminosity, and they have got to be very happy about that one. That's for sure. Factor, the star of the show, of course, the Alda, the I guess supporting cast, winning that award. Really impressive stuff for the Alda. Good thing they removed the ACOG, because if he had an ACOG there, he probably wouldn't have been able to maneuver his aim as quickly as he had with the Holo. So it might have cost Factor that round. Now, we're going to Billiards Hookah for the next defense for Luminosity. The kitchen was not the worst site for Luminosity, I'd say. They did win that, but again, that's, you know, an individual performance stepping up. Evil Geniuses did a good job of isolating the site and like starting that plant, I'll say. And it could have easily had been, again, Evil Geniuses round, had one of those players landed a headshot, for example, onto the Maestro or something along those lines. Only one of the three actually had his gun pointed at Maestro, and he did not land that headshot.
5 seconds left.
So, up to Hookah they go. Clearly things worked on that last one, but how simplistic a take would it be for us to just simply say, oh, well, no, really fell down to the way that Factor played that one.
I mean, it ultimately did.
I mean, and a lot of it was set up by Factor, too. Keep in mind that intel was very likely coming off of his Maestro cam. The only other option would have been a bulletproof cam from Hyena, but I suspect it was a Maestro cam that was giving all of those marks, and we saw all three members of EG being lit up in red on our screen. We knew that was something that LG was communicating and coordinating, and yeah, Spades got caught as he was trying to head in. Unfortunate timing on his end. Much of this game has been a bit of a calamity when it comes to timing, but regardless, that was all set up by Factor and him playing so well off of it. After that blunder earlier, it could have been very easy for him to lose motivation. That blunder, of course, being his unfortunate demise at the hands of NVK up close and personal. But he read the situation well, and I mean, he's an operator that is very uniquely situated to be able to take those engagements and do as much damage as he did.
Doodle, a little bit aggressive on Cool Vibes. Oh, what's this? The Buckets just walked into sight. That's Modiga. No, rather not the site, but Kitchen trying to funt down the roamers. And there's going to be two for MVK. Modiga does not get any kill, but his flank is essential in allowing MVK to get that initial kill. A little bit too hyped there because I got distracted. But the clear of the roamers did work out well for Evil Geniuses, at the very least. They only lost one player and half of MVK's HP. I assume that we were just seeing more of the same from Luminosity, because we've been seeing, actually from both teams, just an unprecedented level of aggression when it comes to pushing into sites. Not going for a full roam clear, as we're used to seeing, but rather just taking the opportunity, any kind of avenue, and just pushing in.
EG has decided that their push is now going to come from over towards Aqua, so the south side of the building, and that'll be an A take as they are lined up and ready to execute it. Spades is in a great position, hanging on rappel of the double window by Billiards. He can catch somebody as there's the rotate on the left side of the wall that we are looking at. That's Hyena, but what a beautiful shot from Hyena. He picks Spades right off of the window, and now EG might need to pivot yet again. Hyena's still in the same spot. Another member of EG is going to come up to the window. Down goes NVK, gun down inside of Aqua. He'll be sleeping with the fishes. And Hyena is still undeterred on that hookah wall. He can pop up at any moment. Just zapping away at the feet of the Thatcher of Young. Very minimal damage, but still an annoyance, that's for sure, as it appears to be, yes, a rotate from Evil Geniuses. Necrox heading over to the hookah balcony, but he's going to have to tear through that barricade, and his position will be given away as Hyena is distracted, looking very intently. In runs Young, and he gets taken to task by Doodle, and Hyena is there with the very final kill. The Doc inside a hookah. Well, he's not quite as full of hot air as the room would suggest. LG on match point, ready to put EG out of their misery in quite a hurry.
Well, yeah, it's definitely this is a snowballing Luminosity. They've kind of gotten out of control at this point, as Evil Geniuses appear to be outside of their own heads. That rotation from Necrox was just a desperation rotation. He had no real other option. He could have repelled in. He would have died. He could have gone over to Aqua. Then it's a linear take, and there's no extra angle to prevent the crossfire for the defenders. So he's like, okay, I'm going to go over to hookah balcony. He did it late. he didn't open the door quickly. He didn't actually apply any real pressure before his teammate was forced to push in through Aqua. So, again, the desperation is noticeable. We'll see if it gets stirred up at some point or not, but it doesn't seem like it's going to at this point. Luminosity playing a little bit more cohesively, a little bit more in unison, a little bit more as a team. And their control of angles, just as like a baseline, is, I think, a great example of what I'm talking about. In that last round especially, it really didn't seem like EG was trying to control the angles. It didn't seem like they were aware of what was preventing them from making an Aqua push and had tools to prevent those issues, like whether that be the Doc playing in hookah, coming up from behind, going on hookah repel, or opening from below, or something. There just weren't any of those counter tools being employed by EG. That's it. They were just going for direct engagements, and they fell victim to crossfires.
So, are we about to witness the very final round here and some big points on the scoreboard for Luminosity? Once again, they will go for something that I'm assuming is somewhat standard, though they've made some changes. They're going to be running Mira and Pulse this time, but you know how this tends to play out with a Mira on this bomb site with the double bars. We just saw it in the DZ SSG matchup. First pick onto Mo. EG's chances get much worse now as Rexon playing inside a penthouse. He'll get droned out, but he got that first pick. And now a C4 goes out and down goes Spades. That's Factor from below. He has the opening and he tosses up. Very well supported as Rexon will manage to drag NVK down at the depths of hell with Factor gunning from below. And Young with 2 minutes left on the clock. Well, aw shucks, Young. This is all but over in a 1v4. Still lots of utility as well for LG. They've likely got one C4 on the board. They've still got mirror windows up. They've still got Maestro cams. And as Young tries to head down Cool Vibe stairs, doesn't look like he even gets a single person with him. That'll be it. All she wrote for Evil Geniuses. Live evil, die evil. LG wins 7-3.
Well, that got out of control quite quickly for Evil Geniuses. Luminosity played their own game, and then eventually they started winning so much that they started playing even more aggressively, and that worked even better. So, not a great match for EG, that's for sure. And again, Luminosity playing their own game. Rexon dropping 14 kills, that's quite substantial. Having the premier performance for that match, but I don't know. There's not a whole lot to say about that match other than well played to LG for sticking to their guns, playing the way they play, and it working for them.
Yeah, LG was very aggressive right out the gate. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. They stuck with their routine. They stuck with their lineup. They didn't waver. They didn't blink. We see that when teams lose a couple rounds, it's very commonplace for a team to just completely change up. EG did that on defense. They decided to maybe try to slow down LG. They traded, as I noted, they traded map control for more of a soak utility as they buried themselves inside of the site and firmly entrenched themselves. It didn't really work out that well. And it just really was a rough spot for EG to find themselves. And I think when LG went on to defense, what was certainly looking like it was more of an attacker-sided coastline, it flipped and it just stayed with LG, and it looked like it was more of an LG-sided coastline. I don't know, as you noted, if EG went here strategically. You mentioned at the very first ban phase for this match that Evil Geniuses don't like playing Coastline. They usually ban it a lot, and they usually play Villa. Villa was their last ban. So I'm kind of wondering the thought process behind it. Maybe EG just thought that they could possibly exploit something from LG here, but ultimately I'm at a loss for words when it comes to the theory behind it.
Yeah, I know it was a weird situation for sure. I mean, to be fair, it's also a map that isn't played very much by LG either. Neither of these teams really played it, like I said, in the last 2 months or so. But it is so frequently banned by EG. That's the big difference. And yeah, it's weird. They decided to go to Coastline instead of Villa, which is their second most banned map. Now, both of those maps are tied for the last few months or so. But I don't know. It was a weird match for sure on the EG side. They got put in a corner in the ban phase, and they played like it in the match. And LG played their game, they played it well, and then that's that. That's the end of that story. They won. They edged out because they were working as a unit. the biggest, like, if I were to give one particular critique to Evil Geniuses, it would probably be their awareness of the angles and their ability to work on that as a team. Because so frequently there would just be one player from Luminosity somewhere that hasn't been thought of or isn't being directly reacted to by Evil Geniuses, who will just have a free and open firing range to pick up kill after kill.
Well, with that said, and then assessment done, we've got an interview ready, so we'll bring up Luminosity on the screen. We haven't had a lot of opportunities to ask them their thoughts on these matches, so it'll be a nice time for us to be able to do so. Ina, how are you doing?
Hello?
Congratulations on your victory
I can't see
today.
you. Can you see me?
I can see you, and I can see some of Doodle as well.
Yeah, Doodle's looking mighty fine today.
He looks astonishing, let's put it that way. I don't know if you're going to be able to see me because of the setup that we have, but regardless, congratulations on your victory today. First question is going to be about the map itself. Were you surprised that EG decided to play Coastline?
Surprised? No. I mean, they haven't played in a while, but neither have we, so, I mean, it is what it is. We didn't really think it was going to be Coastline, but it's like it wasn't a surprise or anything.
Now, you held to your pattern on attack and didn't really waver. You saw through the 6 rounds, your lineup remained consistent, even though you had some troubles and some struggles. As somebody who does a lot of calling for Luminosity, what goes through your mind when you start to lose out with your lineup, and when do you eventually say, hey, maybe we should try something different, as EG seemed to do when they started losing? They blew up their composition on defense.
I mean, it's Coastline. Like, it's literally just down to gunfights. If you could do the same thing every time, and it's just a matter of, are your entries winning the gunfights? Are you like playing the mid round, late round right? That's just how it is. There's not too much structure or like countering to be had on Coastline. That's just how we see it anyway.
Now, we haven't had an opportunity to talk to you, by the way, about Jarvis coming onto this team. I'm a big fan of Jarvis, but what has he brought to your squad over the last 2 play days and since he stepped onto the roster that's allowed you guys to play as close to the matches as you have? Because even in defeat, you've still managed to keep it mighty close.
So Jar, when he joined, our comms got way, way better. I think like the term is Xbox calls. Like we did have a lot of those. We're a lot like loud. We would drown people out, and sometimes like important calls would get missed. So I think when he joined, he really helped us with that. Everything got a lot more clear, which like obviously saves time. People know when you say something, people know where he is. So that's like probably the biggest thing. And then obviously Jar's just like a nasty like player. Like you just watch him like play. His aim is crazy.
He did seem to have a very good game today. And the last question that I'm going to ask you is, over the next couple play days, you have an opportunity to continue moving up those scoreboards. You haven't exactly had the same success this season as you did last season. What do you assess now that you've got Jarvis on this squad and you've got 4 play days remaining after today, and you've got a bit of a climb now starting with the 3 points? What do you assess is the biggest thing that your team needs to work on to ensure that you finish as high up that scoreboard as you can?
Our attacks. Just need to get better at attack on most maps. That's really it.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Congratulations. Hopefully we'll get to see you on here for another interview in the future. Anything to say at the tail end of the interview?
Nope. Sounds good. Thank you to all the fans. Everyone have a good night. I know I will.
Take care, Hyena.
You too.
Well, I hope that his audio was coming in clear on everybody else's end, that it was on mine. I don't know if it was his audio gate or what, but it's nice to see new faces. You know, we got a chance to talk to Lycan. We got a chance to talk to Tempo Storm, and now we got a chance to talk to Luminosity. These, with the exception of Lycan, these are not always people that we do get to speak with. But we didn't get to talk to him, but your MVP for that matchup was Rexon. You saw the performance that he put in, and he started slow, but he managed to catch fire shortly thereafter, and he dominated the match for LG.
Definitely a really good second half, especially. So well played to LG. And well, that was a very interesting match, and all of the ones today have been, you bet your bottom dollar this last one's also going to be a banger. It's going to be Reciprocity versus TSM. Definitely going to want to show up for that one, and it'll be right after this short break.
Attackers have dropped the bomb. left the area of operation. Defender has...
It's time for our very final matchup of the day, and it's guaranteed to be a good one. Your number one team overall, and one of the most indomitable teams in the world over the last 5 to 6 months. TSM will be going up against Team Reciprocity, who are looking somewhat resurgent with a couple roster moves that they made in the offseason, bringing in Slash and Biologic. My name's Intero. I'm joined by Kickstar. Welcome aboard for our very final match of the day.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a really interesting one, and you're right. We've got a pretty compelling lineup of the players overall. We are going to start going through those rosters, and we'll find out exactly who is where and how these teams have been performing, hopefully soon. You can take a look at, let's say, Reciprocity, who have, over the last couple play days, managed to get a draw and a win. A win over E United 7-2, quite dominant in the first play day for the second half, and a draw versus Evil Geniuses, which surprised a lot of people. But you're going to have hiccups, I suppose, with the new roster. It's Foxay, Biologic, Laxing, Slash, and Vertical. Quite a lot of names that you'll probably recognize, but of course the configuration of where they are and the team they're on, slightly different when it comes to Biologic and Slash.
Of course, Bio and Slash being brought on to drop and eat up the KD ratings for the team, allowing Foxay, Laxing, and Vertical to look just as good as ever. It's a joke before anybody gets super upset. Both Bio and Slash will be playing largely on support roles, and because of that, their stats are not obviously going to be ideal. And as you pointed out, they still need to work in Bio and Slash to this roster. That's just the way that it's going to work. You get these two guys on the team. They're good players, it's just they need to learn the system, and Rec has anything but a simple system. An equally confusing setup exists in their opponent's hands, and that's TSM, the team that enters the day first overall in North America. You're going to have the roster up in just a moment for you. They have looked so good. They finished third at the 6th Invitational. They won DreamHack Montreal, and they are dominating in North American Pro League right now. Achieved Merc, Bolo, Pojoman, and Geometrics. There are really no bad players on this team. Everybody is playing exactly what they need to do. And Pojoman, who might have the worst stats, well, he still does his job quite valiantly.
I mean, the worst stats being above, I mean, his rating's above a 1.0. And in terms of kill-death ratio, I mean, that's acceptable when you've got players like Merc and Achieved and Geo all fragging out about the same level. And yeah, the biggest thing to note for me is that almost everyone on this team, except for Geo, on ratings are above a 1.0, and that signifies that there's an across-the-board contribution here and some pretty impressive stuff. And Geo's always been that player who steps up when it really matters. So, I mean, even him being slightly below that 1.0, still an impressive contribution to the team. And it's worth keeping in mind that being above that layer of that 1.0 is actually really hard to pull off just by itself. We see a lot of teams with players that fall below that.
TSM stats are just absolute lunacy across the board, and this isn't even us trying to just pump the tires of TSM. They are just straight up absolutely incredible. Anywho, let's get into the map ban phase. Reciprocity played on Theme Park last week. I still have yet to cast Theme Park, and I very much would like to. It's still on the board. It and Border are our two maps that haven't shown up. Darn it. That is not ideal. We're going to go to Border. I really wanted Theme Park. I really wanted Theme Park, and I don't get it, Michael, but
we all did, Parker. Yeah, Theme Park is an infinitely more interesting map this day and age because Border is one of the most played out maps in the comp pool right now. So it is very predictable. You're going to see a lot of the same things every single round. The only differences are the teams that get slotted into it. So sometimes in different regions or different teams in the same region, they play Border differently than their neighbors or the other competitors in other regions or what have you. So we might see something a little bit abnormal, but it's not as fun as Theme Park, that's for sure.
Now, how do you look at this matchup? Where are your votes going to go? TSM is not just an overwhelmingly popular organization, but also one of the best in the region. And of course, 80% of you suspect that TSM will prevail versus 16% giving the nod to Reciprocity. Obviously, Rec having their hardcore supporters and people who are thinking that Rec will be able to match up well. Border is a great equalizer. It's a very unpredictable map we refer to it as extremely aggressive, and it is occupying the space that Border used to have, where good teams, Michael, go to die. Regardless, will TSM fail to match up to their expectations? Will Rec overperform? Will TSM finally be handed a loss this half? Well, we'll see. We'll load into the game and get things underway with a very final match between these two teams of Rec and TSM.
The Border has not been played by TSM in a good long time. In fact, it is their single most banned map. I want to stress this. You can see it by what Merc is saying in the chat right now. Haven't seen this map in years, I'm scared. They have banned Border over a 2-month period 13 times. That is ridiculous. They've banned Border so much. They hate playing this map. It's pretty obvious by their bans. And on the other hand, when it comes to Reciprocity, they played it 4 times and won it a single time, lost it 3 times. So it's not exactly a great map for Reciprocity, but they've got experience in recent history on it. So, I mean, you know, I hesitate to say this favors either team, to be honest, based on the whole, you know, Reciprocity playing but losing, and then TSM not playing at all. And they've banned it so almost religiously that they just, there's nothing really to pull on to say, oh yeah, this is how TSM is here, because they don't go here. We'll see, I guess, it play out and find out today. But it was between Border and Theme Park, and ultimately Theme Park was the one that both teams preferred to play less, I guess.
Good luck, have fun. Say it back.
Good luck, have fun.
There you go. Thank you very much, Michael. That's what I wanted. Let's get things underway. Armory, Lockers, and Archives, the very first defense for TSM. Border, of course, allows teams to roam as much or as little as they want. Expect vertical play underneath the site. Armory, Lockers, and Archives is the only site that is on that second floor. Other than when you're defending every single one of the other bomb sites, where you're still going to be playing on the second floor, you're just not going to have to worry about the bombs actually being there. But as an attacker, you're still going to want to clear it out. For TSM, well, they're going to be bringing an awful lot. You see, they're bringing a deployable shield. They're going to have 4 pieces of barbed wire. They're going to have 3 Goyo shields, so 4 shields in total, plus 2 Maestro cams, and then the mute jammers as well to worry about. And that's if your projectiles can get through the ADSs that'll be set up by Merc all over the map. So there's going to be an awful lot that needs to be brought from Rec, but most teams are running a Buck or a Sledge. They'll be running a Zofia and an Ash an awful lot because they are needed in order to cut through everything that's brought by the defenders.
2 sets of nades, Ash charges, Zofia lifelines, in a response to 3 shields, 3 ADSs from Jaeger, 2 Evil Eyes from Maestro, and mute jammers if you need to use soft destruction on those. Sometimes you do if they're on really difficult angles. That is the main star of the show for both teams. Is that whole game that transpires on the utility side of Siege, and it's so many layers at this point that you have to play it safe as an attacking team and bring in abundance just in case the enemy team decides to go really heavy on the utility bring. Now, Biologic's going to open up a high line on the armory wall. That's going to give information on Sandwich to the Slash, who is on Repel. It's a very powerful and very commonly used position to deal with anybody playing in Sandwich. It also means that he can trick the wall open. Great job to Biologic very efficiently. Maverick tricking that wall open. He got it open in a minute. That's incredible efficiency, the first minute of the round. And it'll be Ash charged, now wide open for the attack. That's not ideal, but it's not going to end the round. Just trying to eat up the ADS, and it doesn't seem like there is an ADS, at least not in the location that the stuns were thrown.
TSM have just completely backed off of holding Armory right now. They are inside of Archives and playing underneath, which is allowing easy pickings for Rec to just be able to open up CCTV and then continue to push in if wanted. There's one member of TSM that will be playing inside of that small office, so you'll have to flush him out at some point. Frag grenade from Fox 8 will go in, and the very first kill of this matchup will be in the hands of Reciprocity, taking out Geo.
Good pick there for Fox A. Still plenty of nades as well for Reciprocity, so they can possibly use those to their advantage later on. The challenge is not good for either player over by the ventilation window, but Achieved is going to get a C4 on a Biologic. So the explosives, the only ones able to get any kills so far through this round. Bolo very aggressive. Is he going to go for the vault here? He will go for a reload. super dangerous, but he gets the other.
Can't believe he got away with that.
I know.
But he'll sit and wait and just watch the window. If he bolts out, there is an air jab there. I'm sure he hears the sounds of it. Creeping up to metal detectors is Vert. There's one kill for him on to Merc. Watch both members of these teams as they will likely dominate the kill feed. Another from Vertical. Foxy takes out Bolo, and Rec are in great shape as Pojo Man cannot do much in a 1v3, and Reciprocity just clamp down on the site and remove that pesky smoke from play, giving Rec round number 1.
Vertical at the top of metal stairs was really the star of the show for that round, obviously. Managing to not only pick off one of the players in the site, but then pivot, watch his own flank, solo, no information, just awareness. Maybe he heard someone drop, whatever the case be, watch his own flank, then pivot back to the site and get the final kill. Meanwhile, Foxy doing a great job on the balcony, picking off players himself. So, round number 1, pretty handedly in the direction of Team Reciprocity. TSM, well, their early round was really what we saw from them. Their fallback on the Armory Wall, despite it being the focal point for Reciprocity, is kind of telling of how TSM played the rest of the round, too. They were very passive, strangely so. And there was no point at which where we actually saw TSM show up to that round. Maybe it's because they didn't get a chance to. Maybe it's because they didn't set themselves up well to have that chance. Whatever the case be, TSM really weren't there. And, I mean, it's one round. It's not the end of the world. Their coffin is not sealed yet. But, I mean, that last round was pretty one-sided.
I'm actually very surprised if TSM deliberately fell off of Armory because of how quickly Bio was able to get that wall open. I mean, you noted the speed at which it was cut. And yeah, I mean, it was obviously very impressive, but it didn't allow TSM to really hold the control it wanted. I mean, I am a little surprised at what their play was because TSM essentially got boxed right in. Reciprocity is actually working really quickly on these setups from TSM, and you noted that it's been a long time since TSM has played this map, so maybe it's just that they're a little bit rusty on it. Even though the season finals are canceled, these teams are still playing for bragging rights, they're playing for money, and I mean, this isn't the final season of Rainbow Six ever. So it's, you know, even though we did have the new announcement that there's more regionalization coming, it doesn't mean that these teams aren't still playing for the future. So it's not even like they're like, oh, this is the last game of Rainbow Six ever. No, it's silly. So teams are still going to try. I'm curious if TSM is trying to hide something or if they're just playing largely for fun.
I mean, again, their most banned, least preferred to play map is definitely Border. TSM clearly uncomfortable with that. You can tell just by looking at the stats, it's such an obvious broadcast. They banned it 13 times. Their next most banned map is Coastline at 8 times. So, and that's just, again, that's in the last few months. TSM does not like Border. And, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this was to be their first loss of the season because of their clear lack of comfort on this map. At least that's what we've seen so far. It's only one round in, though, so it's way too early to be calling that stuff. It's just a guess at this point, really. We'll see how this round plays out, and it'll give us more information to base our assumptions on. Now, it's mostly just droning for Reciprocity, but they've gotten pretty much free access to the bomb site in terms of that information. I'm surprised we're not seeing a Mute or a Mozzie, one or the other. Instead, it's all the utility and the anti-projectiles throwables on TSM's operator selection. They brought the Castle and the Goyo.
It's not like you don't see a Mozzie come out on TSM's side of things. You know, that's a role that Achieved will play on, an operator as well. 2 kills from Rec as Merc swings out, finds one, gets another down, no diffuser for him. 2 kills from Merc from above. He's got Achieved with him as well. They're working wonders as another member of TSM is going to just simply try to watch as Rec picks up that diffuser and looks to go for a plant. Merc is still joined by Achieved from above. They've got all these holes opened up and they can continue to watch it. But because Rec has a numbers advantage, they can throw somebody up top to try to stop TSM from having the high ground. They're not particularly interested in doing so, though. Merc, in fact, shoots a little bit too early, and the plant is going to go down on a side that Merc can't see, but Achieved can. He's got full vision. Down goes Merc to Slash. Lots of damage done by Achieved, and now the jig is up. He knows he's going to get pushed from above. He's got to watch the small window. Out he goes. Shot through the wall, but he just needs to run. He makes it inside of security. Achieved is a man on a mission, and he's just going to try to hide. Somebody from Rec are going to have to go for the plant, and they're going to do just that. A rotate down? Possibly. It's available for Achieved, but he can't open up the hatch at all. Diffuser planted. And this is where things get particularly troubling. Achieved will drop down, and it's caught by Slash. 2-0 for Reciprocity, as things did look a little dire in the mid-round, but Rec is able to right the ship.
Yeah, the fact that that drop down did not open is really crippling for Chief's chance of clutching up that round. But the setup there was a pretty old school, no frills top hold there from TSM, trying to deny the push in through Workshop from above. It wasn't a bad setup, but it was read by Reciprocity. And while Reciprocity didn't deal with the top floor, they opted for the more dangerous route of hitting the site directly. They actually managed to make that work for them because they're quick maneuvering, they're thinking on their feet, and their lack of commitment to one stupid play. Sometimes we'll see a team say, okay, we're going to plant here, and we'll execute for that plant. And we won't clear upstairs. We think we can plant here. We're just going to try. And they attempt to plant there, and somebody planting dies, and then another player picks up the diffuser, plants the same spot, and dies. And repeat that until the round's over. It's like entering into a meat grinder. Not so for Team Reciprocity. They're really good at adjusting on the fly. They're really good at using their own brains. They're really good at adjusting from the script. And they decided to flip it and move over to a different location that was less exposed. And even after that one also lost them a planter, they could continue to adapt. They went for a rush upstairs, and with seconds left, realizing that the rush upstairs would not work, they opted to go for another plant attempt and barely made it with just about a second left. And that's three, at the minimum, 3 massive adjustments made by Reciprocity within split seconds of it being, or within seconds, really. It's impressive, I just gotta say.
Yeah, this has Rec really been bringing the heat to TSM on these setups, as it's another attempt at Workshop. No second crack at Armory just yet, and Rec really have a swagger on these attacks. They're making it work with just a single hard breacher. It's the Maverick of Biologic. We saw this a lot at the 6 Invitational. Teams dropping Hibana and Thermite. It's Thatcher and Buck that are banned. So it's not like you can't have a Hibana or a Thermite in play at all. You can run them if you really want to, but after Maverick got these frag grenades, his utility usage has just soared. And I mean, you're foolish to not bring him a lot of times. He's a 3-speed, he's got a great gun, his gadget is really strong and is used so often. They can take out Maestro cameras, they can take out castle barricades, he can take out reinforcements, he can drop hatches instantly. He's putting in so much work. And just like that though, 2 members of TSM are dead and removed from the server. 1 minute. And Rec have found themselves with quite an advantage, as both Laxing and Foxay are able to feast on TSM, removing 2 of the more conservative players of TSM in this particular matchup.
Yeah, typically the ones that are going to die last and are going to be able to anchor out the site. Merc not able to land enough shots to get a kill there, but he does some damage at the very least. Gas canister coming out to do more damage, hopefully, for him. He does do quite a chunk, actually, to Bio with that gas canister. So, Reciprocity 2-man up. They're not fully in the lead as they've got 2 players on low HP. That was almost a catch by Vertical. Good game sense from him, but he was just a little bit too slow on taking the angle. Olo in a very exposed position, playing over by Stock, but he's trying to deny the push in through B. Geo has got an Evil Eye inside of B to deny the push from Reciprocity, but it's controlled from above by Reciprocity, so they don't have to worry about that, and they know it. At least I think they know it. They've got the armory wall open. They've got line of sight. That must have been just communicated.
TSM still hold control of the back of Workshop, and I think Rec is waiting for the call to see if it's all clear to be able to jump into B, and there it goes. Biologic will attempt the plant. If Merc still has a toxic canister, he can toss it on down. Maestro cams will actually be able to drop Biologic, and he's finished off. The cam was not droned out on the window, so Biologic dies with the diffuser dropped. It'll need to be picked back up. That'll be very dangerous for somebody from Rec, but they still have an advantage right now. The only thing working against them is the clock. There goes their advantage. Bolo is there for 2 big kills. Back to a 2v2 it goes. Bolo hit with an air jab. He'll try to head back into the site with Merc waiting so patiently above. Diffuser being planted by Foxay. It'll be successful. Bolo won't be able to do too much, but he finds the back of Fox. Down he goes, and Merc on to Slash, as it's a cleanup from the 2 members of TSM and Bolo will have no problem getting the disable. TSM will pick up their very first round off of what was an unpredictable ride, but patience shown from TSM, and exactly what you've come to expect from them.
Bolo, right time, right place, right player, hitting the shots and pivoting as was necessary, managing to bring his team back into that round. He's really the story. Merc doing a lot of work as well. Don't forget about him. But Bolo, the true star of the show. TSM finally on the board. Reciprocity, a nice execution there, but remember when I told you sometimes we have those teams, they get a little rigid. We're going to plant here, and they try to plant there. Doesn't work. Try to plant there again. Oh, no, losing more bodies on that position. And then suddenly the round is lost. Well, Reciprocity did it this round. They went for a plant behind the shelf and eventually did get that plant, but it cost too much. And in the end, they didn't have enough money to spend, enough currency, I guess I should say, in their players' bodies. Now, we're going up to Armory since TSM have finally managed to win Ventilation. This was not a great sight for TSM last time they were here, but clearly they're capable of adapting to their opponent.
I was still really close from Rec. I don't know if they just were simply drone starved or not, but they really should have been able to spot that evil eye. Bear in mind that it was Bio who jumped in and he can just torch the Maestro camera right away. That was either crowded comms from Rec or just lackluster droning. And they had a little bit of the site overlooked, really, what it comes down to. So if I'm Rec, I'm still feeling quite confident about this map. But the scary thing is that when TSM starts to establish themselves in a groove and some of their players start to get rolling, almost no teams have been capable of slowing them down. The thing is that Rec cannot relent. They can't let up. And so far they really haven't, though. There was a lot of downtime and quite a bit of a lull in the first half of, or the middle half of that round, even though Rec did have the advantage. So here we go back up to Armory and Archives. It did not quite go in favor of TSM. In fact, Rec was able to set a blistering pace on the very first round in the time that we saw this. And now it looks like the first pick might go TSM's way if Fox peeks this a little wide.
Well, he's playing with fire, that's for sure, but he hasn't been burned yet. He's been playing that position well, too, in past rounds. His job is just to apply pressure and get picks if possible, but he doesn't have to. He just needs to make sure that the enemy is always thinking about him. Steve getting C4. Oh.
I was going to say an unfortunate pick here from Bio, and that wall is not going to get opened. One of the downsides of running a single hard breacher is that if you die while executing your job, then it doesn't really go anywhere. And I mean, not that you'd ever really double up on hard breachers on border, not that you'd ever really see teams run a Hibana and a Thermite. We've seen it before, but it's at this stage with where the game is and where our meta is, it's not exactly the most valuable bit of utility, but it is obviously very damning for the hopes of Rec to be able to do much with that wall remaining hard. Now, Bolo's been downed and Merc has taken quite a beating, as you can just hear so many explosives go around. Geo finishes off Fox, and Team Rec will find themselves in an even worse spot, but they have an answer back onto Geo. Bolo's still very injured, Merc there as well, and a beautiful pre-fire from Merc onto Vertical, and there he goes. Slash refrags onto Achieved. These teams are just back and forth. Merc has now been down as Bolo's been picked back up, and it is a chaotic and unpredictable round at the moment.
Neither of these teams allowing time for either one to reset. That's the big story here, and it's making TSM seemingly very uncomfortable with the way that this is panning out because the action is non-stop. It's go, go, go. There's very little space for comms, and there's very little space for just take a breath, establish your angles of exposure, and address them. It's just always fighting all the time. Merc is down. He'll be finished off if Reciprocity is even aware of his location. Slash doesn't seem to care. There goes Laxing to get that finish off. Bolo is dropped, so it's on Pojoman to hold the site for the last 15 seconds. Bolo gets to the top of metal stairs, and now there's a crossfire for these last two Reciprocity players. Bolo's on low HP, and he's got to deal with a crossfire of his own. But he's seemingly winning this gunfight until the very end. Laxing gets it, and there's Reciprocity cleaning up shop. Slash with the push in, winning the fight against Bojo. And that's 3 rounds for Rec.
I really got to give praise to how Rec is being able to pressure the site and not allow TSM to breathe. TSM are getting confined within their own defensive setups. They can't roam the way they want to. They're getting hunted down, and Rec are just as aggressive as ever. It was a point that we were making at the start of round 4 where you essentially cannot relent at all. You can't give up against a team like TSM. You have to apply that pressure as best as you can. In that round in particular, Rec trailed for quite a bit of it, but they were able to just hit the gas. They burst up the top of main stairs through the metal detector, and they had everybody from TSM just simply waiting for them, and TSM not winning a single fight. It didn't hurt with the amount of chip damage that was done from Rec to both Merc and Bolo. Eventually, they both got down. Merc got finished off. Bolo got picked back up. But regardless, you find yourself that wounded, that low on HP, there's an awful lot you can do because one bullet is likely going to be your undoing. And when you're playing a team as aggressive as Rec is being right now, they're just going to keep spraying into the walls, much of which are left soft, much of which are left open. And if they connect, well, you're all but done for.
So we're going to Tellers. For those of you unfamiliar with Tellers, it is considered an offsite, but is becoming more and more popular as of late, as we've noted in the past. Typically actually a pretty defensible bomb site, and one that a lot of people like to play. The way that you will set up on this bomb site is very simple for the defense. First of all, castle is very important. Having at minimum the castle barricade on the double door that you see Merc next to is usually essential. My castle barricade has been placed. The way that you'll do things is you'll hold inside of office, archives, and fountain. You'll open up from above, and you can deny the plant in the entirety of the bomb sites just by holding in the top floor. Now, holding office, fountain, and archives is actually not that difficult when you bunch them all together, reinforce the right walls, and have the right castle barricades. We'll see what Reciprocity has to say about that, if they can make this difficult enough to take the round. Because while this is a site that is becoming more popular, it is still not unlosable.
Especially with Border, sometimes it really ends up just being very attacker-sided. Not to take away from what we've seen from Rec, but it's not unusual for a team to do extremely well on one side and then struggle the second half. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that as we are getting close to the end of TSM's defensive stead here. Utilizing this utility as best they can, but did Slash not? He must have hit the wall. That is obviously very unfortunate for Slash, and that is more important than it may seem. That single deployable shield will allow somebody to play behind it without having to risk too much. And the defense will be obviously very thankful for the inaccuracy that came out from the lifeline of the Zofia in Slash's hands.
Yeah, that was a big mistake, and it's going to mean that the armory push does not got a crossfire. Nice awareness there from Vertical to do 50 damage to Bolo through the wall. Vertical's game sense has just been impressive through this whole match. He'll get shot from below, it seems, or he'll get shot. Put down to about 25 HP, likely a shot from Merc, though I'm not sure. And given that damage is done, A going into Archives to try and do some in the other direction. Merc's shield will be destroyed, but he will get out of that unscathed. Now he's just holding from Fountain. Chipping away at Archives, but no control of Office yet for Reciprocity. And reminder, since it's a Teller defense, you need to dislodge the roamers in Office if you want to attack the bomb site. Currently, that's Merc and Pojo. Castle Barricade gone on the balcony, and that's going to apply more pressure. C4 will miss. Nice try, though, from Merc.
Looked like it could have been close enough, but Fox was just a little bit outreach. This is an SMG-11 versus a TCSG. Who's going to win? Fox does. He takes quite a bit of damage. That's one full shot from the slug shotgun, but SMG-11 in hand, Pojo Man will be the one to drop through the hatch and now retreat deep into a site. Additional holds from TSM appear to be offside as the diffuser upstairs will be grabbed. There goes into deployable shield, and a drop will need to come in through the hatch. It will be extremely vulnerable when you go to fall. Pojo's still watching these angles. He's going to lose the roof above him, and he gets spotted and downed. Beautiful play by Fox A, allowing Slash to drop into the site. So the Valkyrie will have to come back. Out will emerge Geo. So many spam marks. There's one, and he'll push on up to stop the diffuser as it goes down, but Geo landing the shots into a 1v1. It's Laxing and Geo. Once friends, once allies, but Reciprocity will win. Laxing gets the very final fight, and he gets the very final kill onto Geo. With the UMP in hand, down he goes. Excellent reflexes from Laxing, and it's 4-1 for Rec.
All right. We'll see if TSM are able to bounce back on the second half, but pretty clearly here, the first half is won by reciprocity. So you said it yourself, and I will echo your sentiment. This is possibly an attacker-sided situation. However, I will also state, again, as we said at the beginning and leading into the first few rounds of this match, TSM hates this map. They clearly don't like it. They put it in a corner. They avoid it whenever possible. So it could also be that this whole map is just one that they're not comfortable with. Because of that, they might... Man, I mean, it'd be crazy to see their first loss come from such a well-played ban phase from Reciprocity. But it's not just that. It's also the gameplay that we're seeing from Reciprocity. Something that's happening here is Rec are not letting TSM reset at any point. Once the action starts, it just keeps going. Keeps going and keeps going. Rec are not allowing TSM to get away with staying in exposed positions. The biggest thing that I'm noticing from them is that there's no fear in the gameplay from Reciprocity. Zero. Now we're talking about TSM, the team that right now is sitting atop North American standings. It's so unlikely that they're going to lose that first place position. They haven't lost to a team this whole season. And Rec are peaking them just with the utmost confidence. And further, they're winning their gunfights. I gotta be really impressed by Rec right now. And I'm gonna get even further impressed as Vertical gets the lead off kill on a Merc. That kind of a kill like that, by the way, just a spray through the wall into 90, spray through a door and a wall. That kind of kill is the type of kill that tilts the person who is the victim and builds up the confidence of the team that gets it. And with Reciprocity clearly as confident as they are right now, I mean, it's, you know, it's only getting better, I guess.
I really hope that Vert read Merc Bed Night story before tucking him in. But regardless, Merc is down. Yeah, you said that's a real tilter. You don't even really have a chance to return fire. You know, Merc might not have been aggressively holding that. He might have just been trying to get out of there. And as he gets caught mid-movement, that's not ideal. Now Vertical will do something that Slash had struggled with, which was to get that deployable shield at the top of Metal Detector. Slash will instead head on over towards Half Wall as Bolo takes out Laxing, the star of the previous round. Laxing is so lethal when he is allowed to just play the game that he wants to play, and as long as his teammates cover for that weakness of having Laxing absent for a lot of the round while he lurks and waits, it ends up being a very high-risk, high-reward style of play, but it puts Laxing in the driver's seat of the round, despite the fact he doesn't seem like as active a participant in it. Now, Bolo, taken out of action. There's his thanks for the earlier kill. It comes at the end of the gun barrel of Foxay. So now creep up towards offices. Rec are so close to being able to push on in. Missed opportunity as the Goyo of Geo is downed as Fox is finished off. It's a trade, essentially. Up Slash will go. Geo will continue to bleed out as very, very slowly Vertical attempts to get on in. Hojo Man down from Biologic, finished off as Geo, and achieved down below with a C4 will punish Bio. He's going to have to find where that diffuser is going down. It will be quite successful, and he's just a little bit too slow. Good objective play here from Reciprocity. Unfortunately, if you are achieved, you have a very tall task ahead of you. You are also dead in the water. Slash catches him inside of monitors, just as achieved is moving on up, and that's it. The first half will go very decidedly in favor of Rec, 5-1.
The Zofia picked herself up, and it was a large determining factor in that round, because when we had a situation where it was 2-on-2 with one player down on each team, only one operator in the game can pick themselves up. That's Zofia. Suddenly it becomes a 3-on-2. Goyo can't do that. And he doesn't have a teammate next to him to pick him up either. So Reciprocity snowball off of that. Great job to take the advantage and the manpower, go for that plant in a position that they knew they could because they had found out where the last defender was. And, well, take the round off of it. Armory will be the first round on defense for Reciprocity. I just love this kind of gameplay, by the way, that we're seeing from Reciprocity is always fun to watch because you just get that nonstop action, that complete mess, the chaos of the hell in the cell, as I think you like to call it, of the early round where the kills come down to just a few players in each team, and then the clutch situation, and it could go either way. And it's about as exciting as it can get. So Thanks to Reciprocity for giving it to us. I wonder if TSM's going to do the same now that they are the ones on attack. It's their prerogative whether they set the aggressive tempo that Reciprocity set, or if they play this in a much more measured way. I don't know that. You know what? That's being unfair to Reciprocity. They were perfectly measured on their attacking half. They measured twice and they cut once. They were just really quick at doing it. But
Activating camera.
yeah, I don't know. It was so fast that it just came off as a totally different type of gameplay.
Well, now we put to test the theory of whether or not this was an attacker-sided map or not, as TSM are obviously no slouches when they attack at all. But Rec have brought not actually that much to really wade through. Certainly a lot less of a utility soak than we saw from TSM. Of course, most of the damage that's going to be done from the defenders will be in the hands of Wamai as well as Jaeger, as they will eat up many of the thrown gadgets and the projectiles that are used. There goes the first stun grenade. And it's actually clear there's no magnet right now. There's also no ADS in play. It's a little bit of damage that's done to Laxing as the deployable shield goes, and Fox A will head out as quickly as he can. He doesn't particularly want an engagement, and that's obviously very smart, especially if Fox A is going to be relied upon with a C4 in hand.
That's a good assertive play there from Bolo, knowing how important that shield on 90 can be to the outcome of the round, especially considering they can't open the walls next to it. No Thatcher in play, the Mavericks got a different job to do. The same angle being opened up by Podraman that was opened up by Biologic in the first half. To deal with the player at half wall, if there is any player on half wall. Seems there isn't, or at least not one that TSM have been able to find. Oh, look at this. 2 Valkyrie cams looking over the whole attack, whether it be in CCTV or by the armory wall. And the fact that these have not been found by TSM, really kind of shocking. This one especially, this one's very, very standard.
Very common.
Yeah. One of the oldest border cams out there, really, and it's just surprised that it's still alive. Maybe it's because of how old and how common it is that they are not checking for it.
I mean, they haven't really looked backwards at all at the walls. They've been very singularly focused at trying to get on in and begin to exert some of their pressure onto Reciprocity. Now, Merc has made his way in onto the first floor as well. Diffuser being planted by Pojo. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it through. He's going to find a position that isn't covered by smoke and start to plant. As you can see, he's very much alive above. Down goes Vertical. Fox A was dropped as well, but he gets the C4 off onto Pojo right as the diffuser was about to hit 0. Unlucky timing. It's all Reciprocity as they look poised to be able to take this by a score of 6-1, at least take 1 point as it's now achieved in a 1v4. He'll head up towards the armory wall on Repel, and it's a run out, and he gets cut down by Fox A. There you go. Down he goes. Fox A, the very final kill, and no win potential for TSM. At best, TSM can draw, but they got a mighty hill to climb.
Did anyone ever tell Fox that you're not supposed to hunt birds with slugs? That's what buckshot's for. The round was pretty one-sided, and mostly it comes down to the fact that Reciprocity had information on TSM. That's it. Okay, so we had a call for a rehost, and then we had a call for a wait. So we're going to see what's going on in a second, I guess. I'm not really sure what's going on here. You got any?
Could have been an audio bug. I'm not entirely certain. I mean, Laxing was the one who called for the rehost, presuming that they're all in their team house. I'm imagining they're communicating amongst each other, but we'll get the all clear from Laxing.
It looks like he's playing the round, so I'm assuming this is going to go. Yeah.
All right. Well, good. So no rehost required.
Excellent. So, okay, this has been a multi-layered story for TSM so far. First things first, they haven't lost yet. They could win 5 rounds in a row. Second thing, if they do lose, this will be the first loss for TSM this season, which would be very, very... And not surprising. Reciprocity is an excellent team. More, well, no, okay, if this were a 7-1, it would be surprising. But, you know, it'll change North America somewhat if TSM loses this. And the third thing is that we have learned a valuable lesson. Bring TSM to border. Because they They pretty clearly do not like this map.
I mean, for good reason. With the way that they've played, it just doesn't really allow them to rotate the same way that they want. And also, did that not look like Merc should have gotten that kill? I don't know where the member of Reciprocity was, but from my eyes, that was
Slightly behind the wall.
pretty close to line up. I mean, I don't know if he peeked or not, but
It would have been. I think there was probably like a pixel or two exposed, maybe, but Merc did not get lucky on that recoil, I guess.
Bomb located by
I don't know. No damage done, so Slash is full HP.
yeah, very strange. Very strange indeed. However, finally an IQ is being brought from TSM, and I wonder if part of it is because of the Valkyrie cameras that were in play and just generally what they see from Rek's side of things. You can spot those pests and those meat jammers and possibly have a way around it. But Foxay is just, he's going to sit and wait. I don't know if they expect him to be playing this angle.
Oh, wow.
I think he's just been droned. Oh no, Pojo, man. Does he get the wall open or not? That's the real question. It looks like he must have. And we can't tell, but yes, right as Pojo Man got the wall, he got removed from action. It's now Vertical, who's been droned out a half wall, and he loses the fight to Bolo. That's a very common refrain for people on the opposite side of one of the best players on TSM. Down goes Vertical, who was challenging when he probably shouldn't have challenged, just playing inside of half wall.
Now, Bolo does not want to lose, and he's putting up the kills to prove that. Here's the third opportunity, but he gets down and finished off by Laxing, who drops and is downed by Merc in turn. So, TSM, top 4 control. One-man advantage, but it's not done yet. There's still a chance here for Reciprocity to clutch this out. Slash wary of the jail wall. And this is a ventilation defense. Slash is playing this for a retake. You can tell because he's over by customs and jail. Dangerous position to play, as it could be caught by TSM while they go for the plant, especially because TSM has the man advantage. But it could also be not accounted for by TSM and then result in the round win, and that's what Slash is banking on here. Biologic, on the other hand, I believe in workshop, so he'll be the first line of defense here for Reciprocity.
Not exactly the best guns in the hands of Rek either. Not exactly the ones that you want when you're going to be at a disadvantage, though when that plant does go down, you just need to ensure that you're covering it. Still, there's the coverage from above from TSM. Slash is just blasting away, but he's going to have some difficulty. C4 on the door. There it goes. But there's nobody, and he's going to get detected and finished off. Bio now in a 1v3, and he's not going to make it through the cross at all. The rotate is held off by TSM, and that'll be all she wrote as Geo gets the very final kill. And a march towards a draw for TSM is in the cards, and they needed this round in order to make it happen.
Yeah, if Slash had been able to get the C4 onto that door a little bit sooner, then he would have probably stopped that plant and possibly won that round. Because he couldn't do that, he forced himself and his teammate into a really difficult position, and lost the round off of it. That was a nice attempted play there for Slash, though. You could see how desperately he was trying to break the door and the window to allow for the C4 to be thrown. Really not on him necessarily that the TCSD was not working out for him in that situation. That's the second time today we've seen the TCSD 12 just struggle to open something and cause the chances of a round being won for a team go from 20, 30 to 0. Percent chance, rather. So Reciprocity going over to, what is that, Tellers, and they'll be holding, likely from above, an office and fountain, as you would expect on this bomb site.
Well, with that said, it's going to be something a little bit less orthodox. Still, as you pointed out the first time that we saw it in round number, was it 5? Round number 5, that the pick rate for this bomb site is increasing. It's going to be bathroom and tellers, or washroom and tellers, depending on what part of the world you're from, whether you call it a bathroom or a washroom. What do you call it, a bathroom or a washroom?
I mean, they both make sense to me. I typically
choose
call it a...
Now, choose one of them. Bathroom or washroom?
Bathroom, probably.
Thank you. Now you're on record. Now, if I ever hear you say washroom, I'm going to correct you. I hope you understand that.
I don't mind pineapple on pizza, and
you need to tread carefully here.
I'm trying to look for other controversial topics. Parker, help me.
Was the dress blue and gold, or was
I think I remember blue, but I don't.
blue and black or white and gold?
That was a long one. That was a long one. A long time
That's
ago.
a long one ago. I don't necessarily want to. I don't really want to aggravate the people that are watching this, but pineapple is great on pizza. I'm there with you. I'm right there with you. Anyway.
I mean, I'm just like indifferent, really. Like, I'll take it if it's there. Like, if I'm at a party and there's a pizza, obviously not right now, but you know, in the past, then I would, I'd eat a piece of pineapple pizza.
I was gonna say,
I wouldn't order it.
Who is this that's prone right now? It's Fox A. As we now turn in, and it's been a very slow take as we find a lot of these bathroom tellers pushes have started to become. Teams are not quite as quick to it. I think they suspect that there's somebody there. I'm not exactly sure if Pojo knows this. And yeah, you see a couple bullets come out and he knows that somebody is in position. There goes an impact grenade, another impact grenade as well, trying to do damage to Pojo. Those things can do an astonishingly high amount, especially against a one armor like Maverick. He's a bit more fragile. A jump out from Fox A in the cards. He hears somebody go on rappel and he thinks he might be a little bit too apprehensive. He possibly could have gone for the jump out, but there's Merc waiting, and if there's anybody that you don't want to necessarily be springing into the line of sight of, well, it's Merc.
Probably the right call not to jump out there because, I mean, they just need to wait it out for one more minute. This Maverick hole gives advantage to Slash, who's trying to challenge. He needs that advantage since he's using that ump, but it will be a noticeable one. Nade goes in, is not cooked long enough. Team damage done, and Bolo cleans up shop. 2 free kills for him because those players lined up for him. Laxing will get Gito, though, elsewhere. And so, Reciprocity, once again, man disadvantage, control disadvantage, but very little time here and still very winnable for the defense.
Bolo creeping on up as Pojo is going for the defuse down below. Rhett could possibly stop this, but they don't seem to know. A lot of damage done from the slug as Pojo Man gets killed, caught as he's going out the window. Bio still holds that angle. In fact, he'll creep up. His path will be through customs. As he heads that way, sees the ash, down goes Bolo. The timer will be the bigger issue for Rec now as they are in a 2v2. Possible retake from above. If Vertical is playing that hatch, he can go down at any point. But the real problem is that when Bio goes to defuse, there's so many angles for him to get pushed from. There goes Merc out the window. He sees the Zofia, but he's caught in a perfect cross with the IQ and the Zofia both in position. And TSM make very quick work of the remaining members of Reciprocity. And with the objective in play, they will pick up their second round in a row.
TSM really picking up steam now that they're on the attacking side, whereas Reciprocity getting a little bit more passive, allowing TSM to throw some punches, get some damage in, and get those early advantages. But the real star of the show for me has got to be Bolo. The last 2 rounds, he has been screaming at the top of his lungs, though we can't hear him, I don't want to lose. Putting up massive kills that are impacting these rounds quite substantially when they matter the most. That entry into the top floor in the last round in particular, he got a little bit lucky because his opponents lined up. There was a little bit of team damage done. You could hear it when the SMG-11 was rattling off. He was hitting his teammate.
Attackers need to locate
And that's unfortunate for Reciprocity, very fortunate for TSM, but it doesn't really matter. It's all about the results. Bolo getting those 2 kills, swayed the round to TSM, gave them top 4 control, and denied the anti-plant that Reciprocity had set up for. Props to TSM, props to Bolo in particular, for keeping up the fight.
I'm kind of surprised that they went back to bathroom tellers. I think that was just a curveball to try and catch TSM off guard, given the fact that Workshop and Vents was still open. You very easily could have gone back to the site that a lot of teams prefer to defend on, but I mean, there's a reason why I'm not a pro player. I mean, there's actually many reasons why I'm not a pro player, but I don't know if Rec made the right move. It came real close, but we know more than anything how challenging it can be to retake bathroom tellers. It's almost impossible, especially if you're trailing in numbers, and we got to see a perfect example of why just on the previous round. So with that said, it's a moot point for round number 10 here, as it's an armory defense upstairs. It's opened back up, so
located by attackers.
Team Reciprocity can go towards
Oh, wow.
There's no way.
He didn't even have to break it, man.
Oh. I don't...
He's not looking at the right angle.
Does he not see them?
No, he wasn't looking at the right angle.
He's still not looking at the right angle. No, he's not. He wasn't looking at the right angle at all. He was staring at the... Fox. I bet Fox... This is my Fox impression. Hey guys, I got this cheeky angle. You guys want to see me play it? I'll be in the CGG highlights. And he's staring at a wall.
Yeah, I think he was looking at like the light reflecting off the wall, and it created this kind of effect that looked like something else, but it was just the wall. I think you can see through that though. I'm pretty sure like there is an angle there, and he could have made something happen. But that is pretty nasty. I've not seen that one before.
It's always nice to see things in a game that's, you know, over 4 years old now at this point. Still nice to see things and innovation, etc. Speaking of Bolo, you said that he does the chant of every ranked star, the IWNL, I will not lose. And he's doing his best job at it. He's got Pojo Man with him. They're going to eat up a magnet. Biologic gets the opening pick. It's going to be onto Achieved. And through the bottom portion of that wall, Pojo is in trouble as Fox with 1 HP will somehow manage to get away. That's astonishing stuff. I'll have to drone him out a second time. I want people to remember that the bomb site is Armory, so you've got to take control of offices and then continue to go from there. It's likely going to be an Archives execute from TSM. That would be my guess.
Foxy has just done an incredible job at slowing down this round and then still somehow miraculously being alive. So if this round does go to Reciprocity, it'll mostly be thanks to his efforts. I don't know what just happened there. Geo not taking an opportunity, but Laxing will punish him for not taking the opportunity. Reciprocity now 2 men up on match point. This could be it. Will Bolo put up the performance that he's been doing over the last few rounds to save it is the question. The nade does a little bit of damage to Bio, but not enough to get the kill. Foxy still underneath Office. Gas canister going to stop Bolo from pushing in through Fountain. Walls getting opened up there in Archives. Vertical will shut down Bolo. So there you go. It's finally done for him. It's Merc in a 1v5 and a flawless round for Reciprocity to end the match. The very first loss for TSM through this season.
That was a great matchup between these two teams, and boy, oh boy, Reciprocity really bringing the heat and the hurt to TSM. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, I mean, big part of that to me must be the map, because the part where we saw TSM start winning is when they started playing with Reckless Abandon, where they started playing with, we're just going to take fights. That's where TSM started winning rounds. They threw the scrapbook out the window, or at least it seemed that way.
I don't think people realize how big of a loss this is, though, for TSM. If they had prevailed today, they would have vaulted up to, 28 points, I believe it was? And I think it's 28 points. There are still 12 points remaining now that today is done. Yes. So if you do the math on this one, TSM would have been sitting at 28 points. Space Station is currently at 20 points, which means that Space Station would need to win all 4 of the remaining games, or 3 of the remaining games if TSM lost one more time. That's pretty incredible stuff when you think about it, because 9 points would be enough for TSM to lose that lead to SSG. That's really remarkable. It basically would have put TSM in a position where they could not finish out of first, or at least would have been extremely unlikely. But unfortunately for them, it didn't come to pass. The better team today was Team Reciprocity, and we actually have an interview with them ready. So let's talk to them. Hello, Davide Bucci Foxe. How are you, my friend?
What's up, Parky? I'm pretty good, man. How are you?
I'm doing really well. First question. You're the only team so far to defeat TSM. What does it take? Yep. Take me through it. What does it take to defeat TSM?
I mean, at least for us, like, we're definitely very confident right now with our new roster. I think if we had this roster at the start of the split, I think the standings would have been different. We were a lot more consistent, a lot more power with this roster, and you know, it is what it is. We got our roster now, and I think we started making changes for the right thing. I think honestly it's just teamwork. I mean, TSM's a great team. I don't really think there's anything like special for that we did that differently. We just, have been putting in the work, and I think like this roster being together is starting to pay off pretty much.
How much have the addition of Slash and Bio allowed you, Vertical, and Laxing to play a freer game? Do you find that the support work has really helped you be able to pull off some of these hero plays that we've seen and win your gun duels better?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with this roster, it feels a lot more like the original Rec roster, where we actually have like, someone we can rely on the support role. And like make the calls from the back, whereas the rest of us, you know, we have that flexibility and that freedom to be able to make individual plays. I think that's like really great for us now, and now especially we actually have entries that can entry and get kills, so it's like we're actively able to make positionings and make plays off of what we say we're going to do rather than just, you know, giving away first picks. And I feel like we improved a lot on our OPD to OPK. So yeah, I mean, I'm proud and happy of this team. I think Bio has been a good backline for us, good at making, you know, the mid-round calls, and Slash has been equally as good